Did you okay? Did anyone with CPS, the department, anybody like that ever come to you and say, hey, at the beginning of this case, you said Mr. Rodriguez tried to run over with the car. Was that true? Or was that ever addressed ever again?
Enjoy the video. Hit the like button.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
At the time that the children were placed with Gloria Rodriguez, that was a person suggested or approved by Ignacia, correct?
I don't know if Ignacia had approved that or not. I don't know if at that time, because that had all been done in Amarillo, that she had even been spoken to about the removal, ma'am. I don't believe we had found her yet.
Okay, so you don't know anything about the placement with Gloria?
No, I completed the placement with Gloria, but it was because she was family, and she was the only appropriate family that we could find at that time.
Okay, so but she was appropriate family for these boys.
Yes.
Okay, I'll pass the list.
Ms. Naranjo?
Ms. Little, you became involved as the investigator on this case starting on November 7th of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were the investigator up till the point at least of November 28th of 2023. That was pretty much the entirety of your investigation before the adversary hearing.
Correct.
So you were involved with the case, at least investigating, for about 21 days.
Yes, ma'am.
And during those 21 days, Ms. Casillas and Mr. Rodriguez did 3 different safety plans with you?
Yes.
And what's the procedure with doing these safety plans? Do you go over them with the parents?
Yes, we have to complete them with the parents and the safety monitor, and everybody has to sign.
And did Ms. Casillas and Mr. Rodriguez both sign all 3 safety plans?
I know Miss Casillas did. I don't know if Jonathan did or not. They were all completed in Amarillo.
And as far as you were aware, were those safety plans all gone over with the parents and they understood the rules and conditions involved with all 3 safety plans?
Yes.
And were all 3 safety plans violated during those 21 days?
Yes.
And at least for your understanding, does that indicate a lack of cooperation and an unwillingness from the parents?
Yes.
And does that create concerns for the department?
Yes.
And when was the children placed with Miss Gloria Rodriguez?
The day of removal, ma'am, which I believe was the 28th. I might be wrong.
Of 2020, November of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Regarding the safety plans, was the first safety plan the one where Miss Casillas agreed to move to Pampa to reside with Jonathan's parents?
Yes.
And Jonathan's parents are Pedro, and then his wife is San Juanita Rodriguez?
That's correct.
And then did Miss Casillas admit to you that she actually lied and never moved to Pampa at any point?
That's correct.
And that she admitted that she only agreed to this to get CPS off of her back?
That's correct.
And then the violation of the second one, for the second safety plan, was that when she allowed Jonathan to supervise the visitation with the children?
Well, she allowed Jonathan to come over, and it was just him and her in the home. Yes.
And that was the violation of the second time?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the third violation of safety plan is when the department could not locate her whatsoever?
That's correct.
I'll pass the witness.
All right. Anyone have further questions for Ms. Little?
No, Your Honor. I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Little, you said that the safety plans were done and gone over in Amarillo, correct?
Yes, with Ignacia.
And so did you go over them in Amarillo with Ignacia?
I did not.
And then so you said earlier that they were gone over with both of the parents and you were aware of that. So how are you aware if you weren't physically present?
According to documentation, that's what occurred, ma'am.
And you just said that you weren't sure if Jonathan signed all 3 of them or not, correct?
That's correct.
And so if you aren't sure if Jonathan signed all 3 of them, is it fair to say you're not sure if they were gone over with him?
I don't know if the safety plans were gone over with Jonathan or not,
And
because
so
he was not supposed to have unsupervised contact.
I guess my question would be, what does him not supposed to have unsupervised contact have to do with you knowing whether the safety plans were gone over with him? Those are two separate things, right?
Yes.
And so if you don't know if they're signed by him, how can you say that he violated them if you don't even know if they were gone over with him?
Well, Miss Ignacia violated them.
Okay, but you're not sure about Jonathan Rodriguez, correct?
That's correct.
And on the third one, you said that she violated that safety plan because she couldn't be found, but that wouldn't have had anything to do with Jonathan Rodriguez, right?
That's correct.
Ask the witness.
Anyone else further questions?
No,
All
no.
right, can Ms. Little be excused? All right, Ms. Little, I'll go ahead and remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right, next witness.
The department would call Brian Armendariz.
Okay. Mr. Armendariz, if you'd raise your right hand, you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Wildman.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Armendariz, how are you currently employed?
I'm a supervisor with Child Protective Investigations.
Are you familiar with the investigation involving the Rodriguez children?
Yes.
And what was, I guess, your part in that investigation?
I was Investigator Little's supervisor at the time and supervising this case.
All right. And so were you involved in any of the, I guess, family team meetings in this case?
Yes.
Specifically, were you involved in the first one that was held in November 8th?
Yes.
All right. And I mean, ultimately, what was the resolution or plan going forward after that?
So our first family team meeting, Ignacia had agreed to move into Jonathan's father's home, paternal grandfather and his wife's home, and agreed to be supervised by them.
Was Jonathan allowed to be a supervising party at that time?
No.
Were both of them Ms. Casillas and Mr. Rodriguez made aware of that?
Yes. I met with Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Casillas at the hospital, and both Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Casillas both signed the safety plan.
All right. And so, let's see. After after that family team meeting, did you have any further involvement or were you involved in any other family team meetings?
Yes, we were involved in a second family team meeting. Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
It was, I would say, at least 2 weeks after. Don't recall the exact date.
Okay. And did the parents, I guess, were they involved in that safety plan meeting or that family team meeting?
So the second family team meeting, it was only Miss Casillas and her friend's mother, Miss Marianne Solis.
Okay. Did anything change at that family team meeting regarding the Jonathan being allowed to be a supervising party?
So what that meeting was is that the safety plan had been broken twice at that time. So that second family team.
The non-responsive, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So at that second family team meeting, I was explaining to Ms. Casillas that Investigator Little had been over that day, and she was reporting that Mr. Rodriguez had tried running her and the children over. We explained that second safety plan that got put in place, that her friend Desiree Solis and Marianne would be the supervising parties at that point. And when Investigator Lola went there with the FBSS worker, Miss Marianne Solis was not there. She was being unsupervised. So I reside in Amarillo. So I had asked Miss Casillas and Miss Marianne Solis to come up to the office so that we can meet with them, so we can come up with a different arrangement. And
Let me ask, so was Miss Solis then, I guess, supposed to be a supervising party?
Yes.
But Jonathan wasn't, correct?
Hmm.
All right. And I mean, after those allegations.
Sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
That is correct.
And so after these new allegations of domestic violence, I mean, did you change things to let him then supervise?
No, at no point.
Okay. And so, were you involved in that decision to ultimately forego the family-based services in order to participate and go forward with removal?
Yes, because at that meeting, we implemented a third safety plan, where Ms. Casillas was going to move into the residence of Mary Ann Solis. And at that point, Miss Mary Ann Solis gave me a phone call and let me know that Ms. Casillas.
I'll object to your side.
Sustain.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Armendariz, after she was supposed to move into that residence, did the department have problems finding Ms. Casillas?
Yes.
Was she able to be located at that residence?
No.
Were you able to locate her or the children in order to even proceed with any kind of OTP or family-based services?
Correct. I was not able to find them.
And what was the concern at that point?
The concern of Ms. Casillas' instability, their act of not being protective of them, of the children, and violating 3 safety plans.
Okay. And so after, I guess, making those attempts to locate the family, did you have any other real involvement with this case?
No.
All right, I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Ms. Lucero?
Your Honor, Mr. Armendariz, how many times did you, before the kids were removed, did you meet with Ignacia?
I would say 1 time virtually, and I would say 3 times in person.
Okay. And how many times out of those virtually, the 3 times in person, how many times did you lay eyes on the kids?
I believe it was only twice.
Okay. And at that time, I don't see any reports that the kids were any type of immediate danger. I didn't see any in the report, any kind of that the kids were dirty or were not being fed or were covered in bruises. You didn't see anything like that, did you?
I did not.
Okay. So as far as the safety plan and who was supposed to be around, y'all had concerns about that, correct?
Right.
But as far as her being able to take care of her kids and feed them and make sure that they were safe, as far as, not any kind of abuse, there were no concerns about that about Ignacia, were there?
We did have concern that Miss Ignacia was not feeding her newborn child.
And did y'all, I didn't see anything in the report where y'all followed up with any doctors or sent anything over, any type of report that the child was underweight or failure to thrive, did y'all?
Once we removed, the children are required to have a 3-day medical exam, but during the investigation, we did not.
Okay.
That concern we learned more about that concern at the time of removal when me and my worker located the children at maternal aunt's home.
Okay. And I appreciate the addition there. However, at the time that you laid out the kids, they seemed safe, correct?
Correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Mullinex?
Brian, when you met with Ms. Casillas and Mr. Rodriguez at Northwest, they signed a safety plan where Jonathan understood and agreed not to supervise Ms. Casillas' contact with the children, correct?
Correct.
That's the only thing that he agreed to, not to supervise her contact. Would you agree? And she couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. And so the second time you said that there was a second time and that Jonathan was not present. And that's whenever Ignacia had made the allegations that he had tried to run her over, correct?
Right.
And so she signs this safety plan, but Jonathan was not present. So is it safe to say he did not sign that safety plan?
Correct.
And a third time, were you present when she signed a third safety plan?
Ms. Wallnex, I apologize. I misunderstood. Yes, I was only present for the first safety plan and the third safety plan. The second safety plan got signed over a weekend with the on-call worker. And I learned about it the next business day. So,
Okay, so you weren't present for the second one, but you were present for the third one.
Right.
So the first one, he says he won't supervise, and the third one, he is not present.
right.
So what safety plan is he in violation of if he agreed not to supervise her visits?
On the first safety plan, when where he agreed not to supervise, Ms. Casillas had informed the department that she never went to Pampa, and that was back in her apartment in Amarillo. And at that point, it was with her and Mr. Rodriguez, allowing him to see the children. So she was not being supervised by anybody at that time.
And so that's her violating, right? Not necessarily him.
Well, he understood that he couldn't supervise. And he didn't act protective of at least notifying the department at that time that Ms. Casillas left Tampa.
But so you're saying he didn't act protective because he didn't report it. You're not saying he was supervising because you just said she was unsupervised, correct?
With the people that she agreed to be supervised with, yes.
Pass the witness.
I'm going to ask this before I forget it. Brian, was Mr. Rodriguez prohibited from seeing the kids unsupervised under these 3 different safety plans?
I don't believe so, Judge. We were waiting for a drug test.
Okay, so
before the assault occurred.
Okay, so it wasn't. It didn't have anything to do with him not seeing the kids unsupervised, but he was just not supposed to supervise moms.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Rudd.
So basically, repeatedly, over and over again, Ignacia Casas told the department what they wanted to hear, agreed to do whatever the department wanted her to do, and then did whatever she wanted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Naranjo.
Mr. Armendariz, is it also a concern that Ms. Casillas had admitted to using marijuana after the child was born?
Yes.
And is that a concern regarding the safety and health and well-being of the children?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
All right. Anyone have further questions for Mr. Armendariz? No? Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have one more.
Okay.
Mr. Armendariz, when was the last contact you had with Ignacia? Would it have been in November of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So you've had no involvement as to whether or not she started working services or has done well or hasn't done well. You don't have any knowledge about that for the past year and a half. Is that correct?
We have had, believe it's been 2 investigations since after our removal. Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that both of those were ruled out?
I believe so. Yes. I don't have it in front of me and didn't review it. From memory, I believe that they were.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Anyone else?
Just real briefly, Judge, Mr. Armendariz, I mean, what kind of concerns does, if any, does it raise with the department if a parent is aware of another parent violating a safety plan and doesn't report it?
Ms. Waldman, can you repeat that? I'm sorry. There must be something wrong with my volume, and can you repeat that?
Yes. What, if any, concerns does it raise for the department if one parent is aware of multiple violations of a safety plan and isn't reporting it?
Yeah, because when we implement safety plans, those are measures put in place to prevent removals. We would have danger indicators, and those are always explained in our safety plans, like on the back page. And with the vulnerability, we would hope that the non-parent would be acting appropriate or protective by understanding that there's safety measures in place so that we can prevent a removal. And it would be important to let the department know this.
Okay, and so if a parent doesn't do that, doesn't make you aware or act in a protective manner, does that cause any kind of concern about whether or not they're safe for the children?
Yes, just based off of their judgment and them not, being cooperative with the department and understanding about child safety and enabling the other parent. And it's at the sense would be more protecting more of the parent more than the kids.
And did that did that testimony or that concern that you just testified to play any part in removing the children from Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Anyone else?
Now I do, Your Honor.
All right.
Brian, you were asked what it shows if a parent knows that the other parent has violated the safety plan multiple times and refuses or fails to report it. What proof do you have that Jonathan Rodriguez was aware multiple times that Ignacia Casillas violated her safety plan?
I believe that my worker did try to contact Mr. Rodriguez to try to get information on locating Ms. Casillas. But that ultimately would follow like with my worker trying to be in contact with them, but directly with myself, I can say that he understood that there was an active safety plan.
So I guess my question is, you testified earlier that I guess he had been in an apartment with her without the supervisors present, but that's the only example that you gave. So what other examples are there?
I believe that is the only example that I can think of, yes.
So you have knowledge that he didn't report her violating the safety plan one time. Would you agree? Pass the witness.
Anyone else?
Just briefly, so Mr. Armendariz, is that the same incident as the domestic violence incident that was reported, or was he at the apartment with her one time and then with her again during the alleged domestic violence incident?
No, that is correct. No, it was 2 different times. So.
All right, no further questions, Judge.
Anyone else?
Just again,
I'm sorry, what?
I have another question.
All right.
Brian, you're aware that Ignacia indicated that she had lied about several things during the investigation?
Yes.
Are you aware of any incident reports or any reports that Ignacia or the department made to the police about an alleged incident where Jonathan tried to run over Ignacia Casillas?
Not of my knowledge.
Pass the witness.
Anyone else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, can he be excused?
No
Yes,
objection.
please.
All right, Brian, I'll go ahead and release you so you can go back to your afternoon's business. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, I need to take about a 2 to 3 minute break real quick, and I'll be right back. Okay, we'll get started just as soon as everybody's back. All right, Ms. Wildman, your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. Department to call Joseph Valdez.
I'm trying to find her. Oh, you said, I thought you said Jessica Valdez.
Oh, no, sorry, Judge.
Sure, Mr. Valdez won't appreciate me calling that. Mr. Valdez, if you'll unmute, please. Thank you, sir. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wildman.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Valdez, just real briefly, how are you currently employed?
I'm an investigator with the Texas Department of Protective Services, Family and Protective Services.
Thank you. Now, are you somewhat, I guess, familiar, at least with your part in the investigation involving the Rodriguez children?
I am, yes, ma'am.
I mean, is it fair to say that you had a pretty small part in this?
I did, yes.
Specifically, were you sent out as a courtesy worker on, I believe, one occasion?
I was, yes.
And if I were to say that that was on November 2nd of 2023, does that sound about right?
I want to say November 12th, maybe?
Or, I'm sorry, November 12th.
Yes.
All right. And who were you sent out to meet with?
I was sent out to meet with Miss Casas, Ignacia Casas.
And where were you sent to meet her at?
I was seen to meet her at an apartment complex here in Amarillo.
And when you met with her, did you notify her of the rights form and everything?
I did, yes, before I entered her apartment.
And what were you sent out there for?
I was sent as a courtesy worker from another investigator to confirm that Ignacia and the kids were at this apartment complex.
Okay. Was it your understanding that there had been some kind of new allegation or new investigation, that something had happened in their investigation and they needed help with, I guess, talking with the parties?
Yes, ma'am. That's why I had to go over the notification of rights with her again because of the new allegation.
Okay, perfect. Now, were you able to locate her and the children?
I was, yes.
And was it your understanding, based on the conversation you had with Ms. Cassius, that she was supposed to have moved to Pampa with the kids?
I'm going to object to leading.
Overruled.
She had stated that she was supposed to go to Pampa when she got out of the hospital.
And did she do that?
She stated that she did briefly and then came back to Amarillo because she was door dashing.
Okay. Did she give you a reason why she didn't stay in Pampa?
She said that the home in Pampa where they were staying smelled like ashtrays. Pete, she gave the name of a Pete and Jamie who also drink, and that it was a small one-bedroom house and they didn't have anywhere to sleep.
And so what did she say about coming back to do DoorDash?
She said that she was under the impression that Jonathan could supervise her as well.
Okay. But specifically, what did she say about coming back to Amarillo to do DoorDash?
She did not specifically give me a reason that I can recall.
But did she acknowledge that she understood that that was in violation of the safety plan?
She did, yes.
And so was it your understanding, I guess, that she was having Jonathan over so she could do the DoorDash job?
Yes.
Okay. So she was breaking the violation or breaking the safety plan so she could go do that job.
Objection,
Correct.
speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is that what she told you?
I cannot recall what exactly she told me.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Ms. Lucero?
Thank you. Mr. Valdez, whenever you saw, you stated that you were able to locate Ignacia and the two children, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and one of them was an infant, right? Elijah?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to lay eyes on the children?
I can't remember if they were there that day. I want to say one of them was and one of them wasn't.
Okay.
I
So
can't recall.
All right. So are you stating, is it your testimony that you don't recall whether or not you saw the kids and what kind of condition they were in? You don't recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If there had been a child there and you were concerned about their welfare, would you have taken additional steps?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't take any additional steps that day, correct?
I was told to implement a new safety plan with some different supervising parties.
I understand. But my question is, and maybe I wasn't clear, was there anything going on in that home that caused you concern that the kids needed to be immediately removed?
From the home, no.
Okay. Or the children?
No.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Rudd?
Judge, can I go?
Yeah. I would have got you eventually, but go ahead.
Mr. Valdez, you said that Ignacia was in an apartment in Amarillo, and is that how she was violating the safety plan?
She was under a safety plan where she was supposed to be supervised by Pete and Janie. And so she had violated that safety plan by leaving that home in Pampa.
Was Jonathan Rodriguez in the home when you went to the home?
Not here in Amarillo, no, not the apartment complex.
And so you have no information that Jonathan Rodriguez violated a safety plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ask the witness.
Ms. Rudd?
I don't have any questions of this witness.
Ms. Naranjo?
Mr. Valdez, from your understanding of the first safety plan, did that first safety plan state that Mr. Rodriguez was not to supervise Ms. Casillas' contact with the children?
From my understanding, yes. The only
And-
supervising parties were Janie and Pete.
And those were Mr. Rodriguez's parents, correct?
Correct.
And on the second safety plan, did that second safety plan also not have Mr. Rodriguez as an approved supervisor for Ms. Casillas with the children?
No, it did not.
And so that role continued from the first safety plan, is that correct?
Correct. He was never, as far as from the time that I messed with this case, he was never a supervising party for Ms. Casillas.
And did Ms. Casillas state to you that she was under the impression that Mr. Rodriguez could supervise her contact with the children?
She did make that statement to me, yes.
And would that give you the impression that she had violated the safety plan by allowing Mr. Rodriguez to supervise her contact?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
I'll pass the witness.
All right. Anyone have further questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Can he be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Valdez, thank you for your testimony. I'll remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business.
Thank you, Judge.
Uh-huh. All right, Ms. Wildman, next witness.
Your Honor, we'll call LaRonda Houston so we can get her out of the way and get her back to her responsibilities for the day.
Okay. Ms. Houston, is Judge Graham, if you'd unmute.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'd raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wildman?
Good. Ms. Houston, could you briefly tell us how you're currently employed?
I work for Family Support Services as the Batterers Intervention and Prevention Program Coordinator.
And what is the Batterers Intervention Prevention Program?
It's an 18 to 24 week group where we work with men to help them create different coping skills and recognize their violence and become more accountable for their choices in order to move towards a life of nonviolence.
Okay. Now, specifically, does that program address issues of domestic violence?
Yes, intimate partner violence.
Okay. And when you say intimate partner violence, how is that how is that defined, or what exactly does that mean?
Any kind of past relationships, anyone that you have been intimate with, whether that be physically or emotionally, ex-wives, ex-husbands, ex-girlfriends, ex-boyfriends, one night stands. It doesn't matter if you've had any kind of romantic interaction.
Okay. And you kind of talked a little bit about kind of what the program entailed, but what sort of, I guess more specifically, what are sort of the parts of the program that someone who engages in that program is required to complete?
Okay, so they have to complete intake. At intake, we determine their eligibility based on their accountability for any kind of violence or threats, or violation of protective orders or bond or anything like that. Then they go through orientation, which sets them up for the class. We pick their class, talk about rules and guidelines, and then they begin the 18-week or the 24-week program.
Okay. And let's talk a little bit about what you said about intake. You said you're assessing their accountability. What do you mean by that?
They have to be accountable for some type of intimate partner violence. So some type of physical violence, some type of threat of violence, or some type of violation of a protective order or a bond condition or something that puts the other party at risk.
And when you say accountable, does that mean that they need to admit to it?
Yes.
All right. And so through your position there, and let me ask, how long have you been with Family Support Services?
It'll be 2 years in October.
All right. And so, about how many intakes do you do a week?
Like 10 to 15 in a good week.
All right. And so, at some point in your position, did you do an intake with an individual by the name of Jonathan Rodriguez?
I did.
And do you have his assessment report in front of you?
I do.
All right. And so, the assessment report, which is being marked as petitioner's exhibit number 4, is that the report that you completed with Jonathan?
It is.
And when did you complete that intake or report?
December 19th of 2024.
All right. And so, when you, as part of the intake, do you talk to them about what happened or why they're being referred to BIP?
Yes, I asked them why.
Okay. And what did Jonathan tell you about why he was being referred to BIP?
Ordered by Randall County.
Okay. And so when you start the intake, what's the first section that you complete with somebody who's been referred to your program?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Well, when you're going through the intake form, what's the first portion that you fill out with them, what are the first series of questions that you ask them?
Client information.
All right, and then once you've determined who it is and what they're there for, what are some of the questions you'll ask?
Do you have possession of or access to or history of using weapons? I go through that whole section between number 1 and number 11.
All right, and let me real briefly ask you a couple other follow-up questions. The form that you filled out talking about Jonathan Rodriguez, did you include some of his information on there? Like as far as identifying information, including date of birth and things like that. And I don't want you to tell me what they are just yet, because I believe we're streaming on YouTube.
Yes, I did.
And is that one of the ways that you can confirm that this is the correct person that you talked about?
Yes.
Later on, did you talk to him and ask him to identify family members?
Yes.
And who did he identify as his family members?
Nehemiah Rodriguez, Elijah Rodriguez, and Ignacia Casillas.
All right. And so if this were a case that was involving the children, Nehemiah Rodriguez and Elijah Rodriguez, would that also help you to identify that this is in fact that person?
Yes.
All right. And so the responses throughout this form, are those based on the questions and answers that you got from Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
And did you sign this electronically at the bottom to confirm that you did complete this?
Yes.
The intake form that you provided here, I guess it's part of the domestic violence assessment specifically for Child Protective Services. Is that a standard form that you all use?
Yes, whenever I get a CPS referral.
All right. And do you have access to those reports that you have completed once you have completed them and turned them in?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 4 as a business records affidavit that's been authenticated by the person that filled it out. She has access to it, and I believe it would fall under a custodian of record as she's the one that filled it out and can access them as the supervisor.
Objections?
Well, Your Honor, I don't think it's any kind of affidavit at all, so it wouldn't be a business records affidavit, but
I apologize. A business record, not a business records affidavit. I apologize.
I have no objection.
No objection.
Petitioner's 4 is admitted.
All right. And now that that's been admitted, Laurent, I think that'll be easier for everybody to kind of follow along. And so we talk about this first section. Is that the section that on the first page says safety screening and then has some other questions below?
Yes.
All right. And so specifically, as far as number 2 is concerned, what is that question and what is the response that you recorded from Mr. Rodriguez?
I asked, do you have a history of threats, assaults, ideation of homicide or suicide, or attempts of homicide or suicide? And he responded no, so I put none reported.
Okay. And for number 6, what is that question and what was his response?
I said, describe the incidents where violence was used resulting in the most harm or danger. And typically I'll ask, like, what's the most violent you've ever been? And then he reported yelling.
Okay. And as far as 11, is that where you had mentioned that he said he was there because of Randall County?
Yes.
All right. And so going down a little bit further, on page 3 in question number 2, did you ask him a little bit more specifically about what the referral was for?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He reports that he and Ignacia got into an argument and she stated that he tried to run her over. He reports that he did not and she was nowhere near the car. He reports that he has not been physically violent in the relationship at all. He reports that he has never been violent with her and she was making constant reports, and that's why he was charged with continuing violence of a family member.
Okay. And so at that point, when he said he was charged with continuing violence of a family member, at any point did he say that he had actually been charged and placed on probation for that offense?
No, he did let me know he was on probation, but he did not tell me it was for that offense.
All right. And so when he, let's see, let's scroll down a little bit more. At any other point in, let's see, have you, down on page 4, in section 11, does it specifically ask about the impact of the violence may have had on the children?
Yes.
And what was his response to the questions in that section?
He reports they did not witness it.
And so
Let me interrupt you because this just astounds me. Ms. Houston,
Yes.
that question, how did the children witness the awareness of the violence? He reports they did not witness it. What did he say they did not witness? He said he'd never been violent. Was it the yelling?
Yeah, I'm assuming so. I did not get into it. Or if I did, I do not recall. I don't remember.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Ms. Wildman.
And so you talked, I guess, let's see. So you talked to him about sort of the domestic violence, and at any point in that conversation, do you recall him acknowledging anything other than yelling?
I do not recall.
All right, and so then would it come, I guess, as a surprise to you that he was indicted for continuous violence towards a family member?
Yes, I did not know that.
And would it surprise you that that indictment requires more than one incident of violence to have occurred, and in fact does allege more than one incident of violence?
Yes, I did not know that.
All right. Now, as far as the eligibility, what did you ultimately determine regarding whether or not he'd be eligible for the program?
He has to be accountable for abuse in his relationship, and he is not.
Okay. And so and I guess let me ask it this way. If he doesn't admit to domestic violence, can he be accepted into the program?
No.
All right. And so if he had admitted to the fact that he was on probation for family violence and to the fact that he had been placed on probation and pled in that case, could he have qualified?
No, he has to be verbally accountable.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. If he had told you about that and actually acknowledged those incidents, could he have potentially qualified?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, that's been asked and answered, Ms. Wildman. Can we move on, please?
Sure. I mean, at this point, I guess since this evaluation, has Mr. Rodriguez at any point come back to do another evaluation to see if he could qualify for BIP again?
I am not sure. I don't have the records in front of me.
Has he ever met with you to do that?
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Has
the
he
first
ever met
time.
with you
Outside of the first time, I don't believe so.
Okay. And I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Ms. Lucero?
Your Honor, Ms. Houston, whenever, do you get a referral, like in this case, from CPS or the department, with payment for a BIP evaluation of an individual, or how does that work? How does it get to you?
For this case, if you look at page 3,
Okay.
question 2,
Okay.
B, I was not given a referral, so I had no perspective to match. We do request it. We asked for a referral, but I didn't get one in this case.
Okay. All right. So there was just Mr. Rodriguez showing up, setting up an appointment, and taking care of the appointment. Is that right?
It would mean that his caseworker sent the 2054, which is the payment, the way that they pay, but I didn't get a referral. So.
Okay. Did you, and by referral, so you didn't get any backstory or anything about what was going on in Mr. Rodriguez's life from CPS?
No.
Okay. Now, once you're done, do you know when you received that referral? I mean, do you have that handy or no? I know you did it in December of 2024, but do you know when you received the referral?
Can I look through my email?
That's fine. I mean, do you normally try to get folks in soon after?
Yes. Yes. Okay. When I get the 2054, once we make contact, I'll go ahead and get them scheduled.
Okay. All right. Now, did you ever receive a referral for BIP from Gray County or just the CPS case in Randall?
I only received the 2054 from the CPS case, I believe.
Okay. And now whenever you're doing it, and I know you answered this probably the last time you were here, but just to refresh my memory, whenever you meet with them, do you just pretty much go down this questionnaire and it's a question and answer type thing?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not digging in for information. However they answer, that's what you put down, right?
If I don't have a referral, then I don't have anything to hold them accountable based off of. If I have a referral, then I'll ask them things based off the referral that I have. Okay. But if I don't have one, then I'm just taking what they give me.
Okay. Now, when he did tell you, though, he did share with you that he was on probation, I guess I don't know if he said Gray County, but he was on probation, correct?
Yes, he didn't have any other information about like who the officer was or what court it was through or anything like that. He just
Did you ask him what he was on probation for? I don't see that in your. You did not. Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
All right. Ms. Houston, that's on that number 2B. Does his perspective match events as reported by the CPS caseworker? Had you been given, and this is a hypothetical, if you're given a report from a CPS caseworker and it has to do with the male engaging in domestic violence, so obviously that would be a discrepancy if they say no. Mm-hmm. Can a person be accepted into the program if they're accused of domestic violence but they deny they did it?
No, they have to be accountable. Even if it's just for something small that's not necessarily on there, then they have to be accountable for something. We have to have some sort of foundation.
Okay. And from what's been admitted into evidence, Mr. Rodriguez pled guilty to deferred for domestic violence, and part of the sentence for deferred was he had to take BIP. Would that have been through you, or could that have been through another agency? Between here
and Lubbock, there's only 2 accredited BIP programs, the one in Amarillo and the one in Lubbock. So more than likely it would have to be through family support.
So have you had any referrals out of the district court in Gray County?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Mullinax.
Ms. Houston, whenever Jonathan Rodriguez reported to you that he has never been violent with Ignacia Casillas, but she was making reports, and that's why he was charged with continuing violence of a family member. What did you think he was on probation for if he told you he was charged with that?
I don't take it as like your charge is what you're on probation for, because I don't work with them. So I have people that have come for probation. They're on probation for other things, but come through CPS. So
And you didn't think it was important to ask if that's specifically what he was on probation for?
It's not something that I asked.
And he did report that he yelled, and he did report that the alleged victim was his ex-girlfriend, correct?
Yes.
So you were aware, not necessarily about anything that you were given by CPS, but you were aware of a little bit of the situation. Would you agree?
I was aware that he yelled, yes.
And you were also aware that Ignacia Casillas alleged that he had tried to run her over, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that he was never charged with that offense?
No, I'm not aware of that.
I'd pass the witness.
Ms. Rudd?
I don't have any questions for this witness.
Ms. Naranjo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Houston, why is it important that a person going through your interview needs to be held accountable for some type of abuse in order to start the BIP program?
It's honestly just the foundation of the program. BIP is about accountability and responsibility, which means if you're in a group full of people that are accountable for some sort of violence and you are not, then you don't help the group dynamic.
And so it's an important first step to continue any part of the program.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else have further questions?
Your Honor, I need to clarify something with Ms. Houston, please.
Go ahead.
Ms. Houston, when Judge Graham was asking you about a hypothetical, and you stated that you do receive referrals from Gray County at times, is that correct?
I have received a referral from Gray County before, yes.
Okay, but you didn't receive anything from Mr. Rodriguez from Gray County, is that correct?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay, all right. That's all I had, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else? All right, can she be excused?
No objection.
Yes, please.
All right, Ms. Houston, thank you for your testimony. I'll remove you so you can go about the rest of your day's business.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Wildman, next witness.
Thank you, Judge. I will go ahead and call Elia Gomez.
Okay. Is this a male or female?
Female, Judge.
All right. Ms. Gomez, if you would unmute, please. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. I can't see, but that's fine if you don't have
I'm trying to get it on.
All right.
There you
There we go. Okay, thank you, ma'am. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wildman.
Thank you, Judge. And Ms. Gomez, how are you related to the children Nehemiah and Elijah Rodriguez?
I'm their aunt.
All right, and which parent are you related to?
What do you mean?
Which of their parents are you related to?
Oh, the mother. The mother.
Right. And now, have you talked with your sister about this case at all?
Yeah, she was with me at the beginning of it. She lived with me at the beginning of it and then moved out. And then, we had we talked.
Okay. And so is it fair to say you're familiar with the family and you have a little bit of knowledge about what's been going on in the case?
Correct.
All right. And so when you talked about her living with you at some point, about what time was she living with you?
She moved in maybe 2023, maybe December, and moved out maybe in July the next year.
Okay.
Or maybe January of 2024, but moved out in July. So maybe like 6-7 months.
Okay. And after that, do you know where she moved to?
We live in a community, so there's like different homes, and she moved to one of them behind me.
All right. And so, I guess at that point during the case, were you in any way kind of helping your sister try to fulfill her services and get the boys back?
Yeah, I would take her to every appointment she needed. I would help her provide for whatever she needed for the boys. I was basically her stability. Like, she lived here. She paid, I think, maybe 2 bills, but we would make sure that she would get to where she needed to be. She had her visits here as well. So.
Okay, and so at what point, I mean, do you recall, or let me ask you, at some point was she able to get the boys back in her home?
She got them when she moved out, I believe. Maybe not long after she moved out, she got them.
Okay, and were you still involved in helping out with the family at that time?
Yes, I was.
And what were you doing to help your sister and the boys?
Again, if she needed a ride, we would give her a ride. I would help her take the boys to daycare. One would come and stay with us for the whole period of time she had them back. That way it wasn't too much for her.
Can I ask you which of the boys was staying with you?
Nehemiah. I'm sorry, Elijah. He stayed with us.
And Elijah's the younger one, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Nehemiah would just come, like if we were to go fishing or anything or whatever, but I would call her or text her, make sure that he had lunch for daycare. And if he didn't or she hadn't made it, then I would offer to make it.
Okay. And you said you had Elijah for that whole time, so it wasn't too much. I mean, what conversation did you have with Ignacia that led to you having Elijah?
She'd claimed that she didn't love him as much as she loved the other child. So we took him in. She said that she couldn't handle him. So we took him in.
And I mean, at that point, when you had that initial conversation, did you reach out to the CPS caseworker or anybody to tell them about that?
I did not. I had helped her get the boys back. So I did whatever I needed to do on my part to get the boys back. Nehemiah also had been a part of our life for so long.
Responsive.
Overruled.
Nehemiah had also been a part of our life for a period of time as well, without the mother being present. So we were helping her as much as we can. That way we can keep them close to us as much as we can. So I did not reach out to a CPS worker.
What was your concern at that point, if you had told CPS what was going on?
That you guys would remove them again from us and I wouldn't be able to see them.
Okay. What led you to finally telling CPS what was going on?
We would still leave them at home alone. She would still pass out drunk. There was an occasion where we had went over. I couldn't call. She wouldn't answer her phone. So I had sent one of my teenagers to her home to go and see if Nehemiah wanted to go with us fishing. And she was passed out on the couch, drunk, asleep, and Nehemiah was running around. So we just took him with us. Later, when she woke up, of course, she called me and she knew that he was with us. It was just a cycle of her still doing the same thing. We had incidents where we went to her and my other daughter went to a appointment, Elijah's 1-year checkup, and she was intoxicated as well at the doctor's. And so she was just
object to hearsay unless she was present. She said the daughter took her, so I'm not sure if she was there or not.
Were you there, Ms. Gomez?
No, sir.
Okay, sustained.
And let me ask you, Ms. Gomez, at any point did you talk to your sister about her being intoxicated at that appointment?
I did. Yes.
And what did she say in response to you confronting her about that?
She had actually reached out to me by text while they were at the appointment. And she said that they were arguing in there. And Emery was sending me messages as well, that she had been, intoxicated. We know
hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And specifically, Ms. Gomez, I just want to know what your sister was saying. So what was she saying?
She never said she was drinking. I didn't see her until after the appointment.
And what did you observe after the appointment?
That she was intoxicated.
All right. And I mean, about how many times after the boys had been returned to her did you personally observe her being intoxicated?
Maybe every other day.
And so, how many times did you have to step in and just take Nehemiah from her to keep him safe?
I want to say that was the only time because she didn't have them back for very long.
Okay. Now, were there any other incidents that occurred where the police were called out during that time frame in which she had the children back?
I think there was one where she had called the police, yes, and I had called the police.
Were you present for the initial incident that had occurred?
Yeah, yes, and this time, I believe, it was an altercation about being upset about we had threw the youngest boy a birthday party. She got upset about that. It was his birthday, and I believe the cops were called over us arguing, and we went over to her house, and I believe the cops were being called on us, and we called them as well. She had my teenage son as well in there in her home, so she called Gloria, and Gloria came and picked up the boys, and Jonathan was also getting dropped off or already there. I don't recall which one it was.
Okay, and so after, I guess, that incident, did your sister let you see the children while they were with her again, or were they ever with her again, to your knowledge?
No, I believe they went back with Gloria, and she put a stop to me seeing them. She got upset with me, so she put a stop to me seeing them.
And you say she got upset. Was that your sister or Gloria?
It was my sister. They went back with Gloria, I believe.
And what sort of relationship have you had with Gloria throughout the case?
We reach out to Gloria just about every day. If Gloria allows us to see the boys, we pick them up. We see them just whenever it's convenient for us or them or Gloria. We get to hang out with the boys as much as she lets us and allows us. We go to the daycare functions, whatever they got going on. Basically, we're involved in their life.
And does Gloria engage with you all and let the boys go to family events so that they can see extended family?
Yes, ma'am. There's also another sister that the boys also have. It's an older sister, and then they have a niece as well. She just turned 1, so when they're also with me, because I also have raised her, which is my sister's oldest daughter. I've also raised her. When she's in town, I ask for the boys as well, and they're able to still see them. They also have an older brother named Montero. He as well, if he has games or whatever, we go to that, and if we can take the boys go.
Okay, and so when you say your sister and you're talking about these children, are these all Ignacia's children?
Yes, ma'am.
Do any of those children live with Ignacia?
No, Antero was also taken away from CPS, and I believe she didn't finish the...
I'm going to object to hearsay, Your Honor, and speculation.
She knows from her sister. Well, did your sister tell you why she doesn't have custody of any of the children?
Yes, she gave up. She told me she gave up the plan that they had given her. She gave it up and she left the boy with the dad.
Okay, Ms. Wildman, I'm going to interrupt for a second. Next time, let me rule before you...
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I apologize. And so it sounds like at least with Gloria, the children have been able to still have this connection with their older siblings through you?
Correct.
Now, have you had much contact with your sister since the children were re-removed from your sister back in November?
No, no. They called me from an incident at a bar and asked me to come and remove her from the bar.
I object to hearsay again.
Okay, well,
unless it's the mother that called you, then that's hearsay. You can't testify to what anybody other than a party says to you, ma'am.
No, I haven't had contact with her.
Okay. And so you haven't seen her in person since November of 2024?
In person, maybe just walking around the neighborhood, but other than that, no.
Okay. Do you have any ongoing concerns at this point about the children being returned to your sister?
Concerns would always be the issue, yes. It's been multiple times that she hasn't taken care of them. So it's been a cycle with the first kid, and this is her fifth one. So yes.
All right, I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Gomez, I want to be sure I understood you correctly. The incident where supposedly she was intoxicated at Nehemiah's doctor's appointment, did you say that was for his 1-year checkup?
Had a checkup
Okay,
as well. So they
let me ask you another. So that would have been sometime around the 1st of November of 2024.
It was actually October. It was his first year birthday, so it was October 2nd or 1st.
Okay, well, I show his birthday is November 6th of 2020.
Oh, I'm sorry, November 6th, 2024.
Right.
Yes, was that exact date it was the appointment.
All right. So now my next question is this: you testified to the time when you went over and she was passed out, and was that before this 1-year checkup incident or after?
It was before.
Before? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Lucero?
Your Honor, at first I'd like to ask Ms. Gomez, I believe there's someone there sitting with her, and I'm not sure who that person is.
It's my daughter.
So, Ms. Lucero, what's the problem?
Well, it just seems like sometimes she'll look over to whoever was sitting there for, like, if she doesn't remember a date or an answer, she looks over there.
I do remember dates. I would just have to, look on my phone, but it's,
Well,
I don't want to be
let's just cut to the chase, Ms. Gomez. Nobody can help you with your testimony. So if you're looking to her for any kind of help, just don't do it. Or I'll have to ask that she leave the room.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Lucero.
All right. Ms. Gomez, whenever Ignacia got the boys back the first time, do you recall that she was working at Allsup's?
Correct.
Okay, and were her hours, if you recall, from 2 to 10 pretty much every day, or she worked quite a bit, wouldn't you agree?
I didn't make her schedule, so I don't know.
Well, you live right there. You say you're always around the kids. So you don't know what her schedule was?
I don't know. No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Now you're telling this court that Ignacia kept leaving which child with you because she couldn't handle him. Which child? I just want to be clear on that.
Elijah.
Okay. And then now, when was the last time that you even had a conversation with Ignacia?
I don't remember.
Okay. So if she cut off contact in November, you said really maybe you've seen her in the neighborhood. You haven't talked to her in quite a while, right?
Since then, correct.
Okay. So now we're what? 8 months in, or 8 months after that fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you have no idea what Ignacia's been up to. You don't know if if she's been taking care of the kids. Okay. All right. Now
quit talking over each other.
Okay. Now, was the department, you stated that you helped Ignacia when she had the kids, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then now with Gloria, or I'm sorry, Miss Rodriguez, you go and pick up the kids and you take them wherever or just back to your home to hang out. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And Miss Hooper or whoever is over at the department, they're aware that you're picking up the kids and spending time with them, right?
Does Lisa know? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. Does anybody? Well, the department knows.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then did the department? Were you someone that they checked on and made sure that you were a proper person to be transporting the kids and hanging out with the kids? They told you yes.
Yes, Lisa herself told me yes.
Okay. All right then. Now, whenever this case started, you had been arrested for DWI felony third out of Hutchinson County, correct?
October 2023. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And so, check this. Okay. All right. Then, and then this case started in November of 2023. Do you recall that? All right. So by that time, okay. And so but you didn't plea out on this case until just a few months ago not a few months ago, in January of this year, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the entire time that your case was pending, you were required to have a guardian interlock device. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then now you pled to a third degree felony, DWI third or more, or third. And you, under that, you're going to be on probation for 5 years. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. But what is my
Ma'am,
history having to do with
excuse
boys?
me. Excuse me. You don't get to ask questions. You answer questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Your
And then-
Honor, I would object to this line of questioning as to relevance.
Overrule.
Ms. Gomez, and then and under this probation that you're on, you're still required to have a guardian interlock device, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Has the department, Ms. Hooper, or anybody from the department came out to look at your vehicle to make sure that that guardian interlock device is in your vehicle?
Okay, now I will say this is
Okay.
irrelevant.
Your Honor, if I may.
No, ma'am. It's
Okay.
irrelevant as to whether or not she has an interlock device or
Okay,
not.
okay. All right. Let me ask you this. Is the department aware that you're on probation for a third degree felony DWI?
Yes, ma'am. I sent her the paperwork as well.
Okay. And as far as you know, they gave you the okay to transport the kids back and forth and visit with them, correct?
She has changed her mind, but I have a daughter that has her driver's license. We have provided that to her, so that is who does the transportation.
Okay. And when did do you recall, Ms. Gomez?
You would
when
have
did
to
you change
ask
your mind?
Lisa.
Well, I'm asking you because you said she changed it. So when did you provide your information to her?
Let me look the exact date. I want to say it was about 2 months ago.
2 months ago.
Yes, ma'am.
But prior to that time, they hadn't had any restrictions on you, correct?
She had not. No.
Okay. Now, you talked about your teenage son. Did that teenage son at one point live? He was living with Ignacia, isn't that correct? Or staying over there a lot?
3 weeks to be exact.
Okay. And then when she, isn't it true that when you asked him to leave, that's when yours and Ignacia's relationship fell apart?
She asked him to leave, but yes, correct.
Okay. So then she asked him to leave. Your relationship with Ignacia fell apart, and that's when you started reporting her to CPS. Isn't that correct?
I never reported her to CPS.
You never reached out to Lisa that you were concerned about Ignacia?
Oh, yes, correct. I did. But I believe our fallout was I had a birthday party for her son, and she claimed she wasn't invited to it.
Okay. So my question is, your reports to Lisa or anybody at CPS regarding your concerns for the children, you didn't bring those to their attention until you and she had a falling out, whether it be regarding your son or the birthday party, right?
No, ma'am. There was other times I did reach out to Lisa that I was concerned that I needed to speak with her. Yes, ma'am. I have messages as well reaching out to Lisa.
Okay. How many times did you reach out to Lisa prior to your falling out with Ignacia?
1 or 2 times.
And the kids at that point still remained with Ignacia, correct?
They were already with. One time they were with Ignacia, and another time they were with Gloria.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Mullinax?
No questions.
Ms. Rudd?
Ms. Gomez, how many total children has your sister had?
5.
And how many of them has she raised?
None of them.
And is the problem that got the very first one removed from her the same as the problem she has today?
What, alcohol and drugs?
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm going to object to speculation. I mean, unless she has knowledge or.
Yeah, it's sustained. There's no predicate for that.
Okay. When her first child was removed from her, were you involved in your sister's life at that point in time?
Correct. They gave me her child then as well.
And did you go to the court hearings and did you talk to your sister about the problems as to why that child was placed with you?
We didn't have any court hearings. It was kind of, she was already going into her teenage years where it was like 16, 17. So it was her final, they just left her with me and that was it.
Did you talk to Ignacia about what was going on and why that child was removed from her?
No, ma'am, nothing.
You weren't talking to Ignacia at that point in time?
No, ma'am.
Did her daughter have health problems that you had to deal with?
She did. Yes, ma'am.
And what were those health problems that you had to deal with?
Objection relevance to a child that's not even involved in this case, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor. Okay. So how old, just for a time reference, how old is her oldest daughter?
23. 23, correct.
And over the last 23 years, would it be fair to say that Ignacia has struggled with drug and alcohol addiction?
Yes, ma'am.
Over that 23-year period, have you ever seen Ignacia go an extended period of time without drinking or doing drugs?
No, ma'am.
To the best of your knowledge, is she alcohol and drug free now?
No, she's not.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. I mean, she stated she hadn't seen her in 8 months.
Sustained. Ma'am, unless you can, Ms. Rudd, unless you can ask her some questions to lay the predicate. She's already said she hasn't seen her in quite some time.
Okay, let me back up. Do you, when you were talking to her, did you see a continuous pattern of drug and alcohol abuse?
Drug, no. Alcohol every day.
And alcohol is not illegal and is not being tested for, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. The fact's not in evidence.
Sustained. I don't know if it is or not. We haven't gotten to those exhibits yet.
Do you believe, were returned to Ignacia today, do you believe that their health and safety would be in danger?
I'm going to object to speculation, Your Honor.
Based solely on what you know, Ms. Gomez, no speculation, just what you've seen. If you can answer it based on that, you can answer it. If you're guessing or speculating, you can't answer it.
Then I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Would you allow your child, Ignacia, to care for your child?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
They would be in danger.
I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Naranjo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gomez, you testified that you were around Ms. Casillas back when she got her children in September of 2024. Is that right?
Correct.
And you were present in her home with her and her 2 sons?
I would go over or she would come over to my home.
And were you present when she was actively parenting her children?
Yes.
And how would you describe her parenting?
A fair mother.
And did you observe how she would parent?
Yes.
And did you have concerns regarding her parenting?
Yes.
What concerns did you have?
She was just mean to him, just vicious, just didn't care for him. He would cry. She would say it'd get on her nerves. She just wasn't nice to him.
And how would you observe how she treated the older son?
I'm sorry?
How did you observe how
she catered to him? Oh, Nemo, I brought you this from Allsup's, or come here and I brought you new shoes. And yes, ma'am.
And so observing those behaviors, is that why you would volunteer to care?
Correct.
And would Ms. Casillas ever object to it or ask you not to do that?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else?
Your Honor, I do.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Gomez, in one part of your testimony, you said that Ignacio was drinking every other day. Then you were asked later on by Ms. Rudd, and you said every day. Do you realize that you testified differently there?
He asked me when she was in my home. And in my home, she did drink. When she lived with me, she did drink every day. When she moved out, if I seen her like every other day, she was still, of course, drinking.
Okay. Now, when I was
at home.
Okay. When she was not living in your home, you say, is that your testimony that she was drinking every other day?
No, ma'am, I can't tell you. I wasn't with her every day or every other day. I don't know what she was doing. She was living with me.
Okay. Now, you stated that Ms. Rudd asked you if you would feel safe to have your kids live with her. Is that any of your children live with Ignacia? Do you remember that question?
I made my son live with Ignacia.
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking you is you were asked if you would feel safe with your children, however many, I don't even know how many children you have, living with Ignacia or Ignacia taking care of them, and you said that you would feel that it would be unsafe. Do you remember saying that? Okay.
Correct.
However, there was a point in time that you let your teenage son live over there for 3 weeks. Yes or no?
He's 17. He's an adult, but he did live with her, correct?
I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else?
Yes. Ms. Gomez, did you have concerns for your 17-year-old son's safety and welfare when he was living with Ignacia?
When I did have concerns, he was removed. He was asked to come back and live with me.
And that's the reason why he lived there for 3 weeks and not 3 months or 3 years.
Correct.
And that son was 17 and could run a telephone and make his own dinner and wash his own clothes and take care of himself, correct?
Correct. And that was the deal. The deal was for him not to bother her. He was basically renting the room from her, is basically what we agreed on.
I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else? Ms. Gomez, you may have answered this, but why did your son live with Ignacia for 3 weeks?
I have 2 other step girls with a previous relationship. So I have 5 girls. Each one has a bedroom here at the home. And when he came to live again with me, we didn't have a bedroom ready for him. We were going to prepare the garage to be his bedroom. So he stayed with her until then.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Your Honor, just one follow-up. Ms. Gomez, your son was 17, you said, so he could take care of himself, and he was living with Ignacia for 3 weeks, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you said when he came back to live with you, so where had he been living whenever he moved in with, he didn't, there wasn't room for him, so he went to go live with Ignacia. Where had he been?
With his father.
Okay. And how long had he been with his father?
A year. He did a school year with him.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else? Ms. Gomez, do you have a fairly good relationship with Gloria Rodriguez?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any concerns about how she's caring for the children?
I do not.
Okay. All right. All right, then can Ms. Gomez be excused?
Please, sir.
Please.
All right,
Your
Ms.
Honor,
Gomez.
I'm not sure how this is going to develop, so there's a chance I may have to ask her to come back. I mean, she can leave and maybe we can reach out to her, but I'd ask that she not be excused at this time.
Ms. Gomez, are you going to be available by cell phone if someone calls you back?
Yeah, I can stay in the meeting if need to. I don't have any.
You'll have to be placed back in the waiting room since you may have to testify again.
Okay, yeah, I can be reached by my phone.
And I don't know if everybody does somebody have her cell phone number in case Miss Lucera, if you need to call her again. Does anybody have that cell phone? We're on YouTube. I don't want to broadcast
The Super does, and I believe we do, Judge.
Everybody's talking at once.
The department does, Judge.
Does anybody have her cell phone number? All right, Miss Hooper saying she does. Okay, so Ms. Hooper, if it becomes necessary, you can just send a chat to everyone and give that number out. So,
Okay.
all right, Ms. Gomez, thank you for your testimony. If
Your Honor, I apologize, but I'd ask that Ms. Gomez be instructed that she's not allowed to go on YouTube and watch this hearing since she may be called to retestify.
Yeah. Ms. Gomez, this is being broadcast on YouTube under the Northern Panhandle Child Protection Court, but I'm ordering that you not go online and look at it.
Right. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And if the phone rings, please answer it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go ahead and release you. Okay. Does anybody need a quick break?
If we get a
Yes,
5 minute judge.
Okay. All right. And I'll let everybody know if we don't finish this by about 10 till 5, we're going to recess it and come back again. So.
Yes, sir.
I only have one more witness, Judge, so I think
about a 5-minute break.
I'm here.
All right, Ms. Wildman, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to call Lisa Hooper, or the department will call Lisa Hooper.
All right. Ms. Hooper, if you'd raise your right hand, you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wildman.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Hooper, how are you currently employed?
I am a permanency specialist in adoptions for St. Francis Ministries.
All right. And are you the caseworker involved with the case with Rodriguez?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with them and their parents?
Yes.
How long have you been the caseworker on this case?
I think November of 2023.
Okay. So is it fair to say pretty much from the beginning?
Yes.
All right. And so, were you involved in preparing the family plans of service for the parents?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to go over those with the parents?
Yes.
Were you able to kind of get their input and work with them to kind of try and figure out what the family needed to work on?
Yes.
All right. And so, ultimately, did those family plans of service become an order of the court?
Yes.
And would that have been at the status hearing?
Yes.
Your Honor, the department would move at this time to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 5, which is a certified copy of the status hearing order with the attached family plans of service.
All right. Objections?
No objection.
Petitioner's 5 is submitted.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Now, as far as the plans of service go, let's talk about Mr. Rodriguez first. What sort of, communication have you had with Mr. Rodriguez throughout the life of this case?
I've had face-to-faces with him almost every month. Other than that, it's been text communication.
Have there been any issues with maintaining contact with him at any point?
Yes.
And what kind of issues?
There will be times that I text and to let him know I'm coming to Pampa and ask him what time he would be available, and he would not reply back, so I wouldn't know if he would be available or not.
And, why do you have to go up there in Pampa to see him?
For my monthly face-to-faces with him and everyone in the case.
Okay, gotcha. And so at this point, is it fair to say everybody in this case has relocated up there to Pampa?
Yes.
All right. And they've all been there for quite a while now, right?
Yes.
All right. And so otherwise, what sort of progress, has he made on on all of those services that were in that family plan of service?
He has maintained a legal source of income throughout the case. He's kind of gone back and forth, but he has stayed employed throughout the whole case. He was able to, he's refrained from any criminal activity. He got his tickets paid off. He has maintained residency throughout the case. He has lived with his dad
and stepmother. He has, throughout the case, for the most part, he has maintained regular supervised visits or unsupervised, whatever, with the boys. He completed 12 hours of parenting. Throughout the case, except for one hair follicle, he has been negative throughout the case. He has tested for me every month. He hasn't missed any test. He did complete a psychological evaluation. He did complete 6 sessions of counseling. We have not had face-to-face for every month. There's been a couple of months that I have not been able to contact him, or he wouldn't let me know when he was going to be home. And when I did go by, his father told me one time he was working on his probation, his community service. Excuse me.
All right. And Ms. Hooper, so at this point, what service has he not completed?
The BIP.
All right. And what was the reason for the BIP referral?
For the domestic violence in this case.
And so let me ask you, what has he told you about trying to get that BIP program completed?
I spoke with him week before last. And the most recent thing he told me was he said that he had found another BIP program that was $25 a session. He did not know how many programs, how many sessions there were, but he stated that he had hoped he could start that last week so he would have it started for this court hearing.
And did he at any point give you the information for that program?
No.
At any point were you able to staff that to see if that would be an appropriate alternative?
No.
And so prior to this, what has he told you about getting that service completed?
He had he went to La Ronda, and when he finished, he told me that he was told he did not qualify for BIP, and so he did not have to take it.
Okay. And at that point, did he tell you about the fact that he had denied any domestic violence occurring during his BIP evaluation?
Yes.
So he told you that he told LaRonda that nothing had happened?
Well, no. He told me that he did not qualify for BIP through LaRonda. When I asked why, he said that she told him he did not qualify, and that means he didn't have to take BIP.
Okay.
I tried to give him the correct information, but he said no. He said that's what she told me, that I do not have to take BIP anymore.
Okay. And so I guess maybe I asked a bad question. At that point, he didn't tell you that he had denied the domestic violence, correct?
No, he did not.
All right. And so did you take any efforts to try and encourage him to get that service completed, even though he was telling you he didn't have to do it?
Yes, every month when I visited with him, that was the main thing we discussed. He would say he may start the Apple Recovery, the virtual BIP, but he never did start it.
So he never provided any proof to you that he had started it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I mean, how many months would you say you've been trying to get him to get that service completed after his, after his intake with Miss Houston?
Every month.
Okay. And to date, he still has not provided any proof that he has started any kind of program, correct?
Correct.
So he never followed up with you on this other program that he supposedly had found a couple weeks ago?
Right.
All right. And so what kind of concern, or raise any kind of concern for you or the department that he has not completed that program?
Yes, it does concern us because he has not taken accountability of the domestic violence, and he has not, and because of that, he has not attempted to finish that or even start the BIP. To my knowledge, he hasn't started it.
Is it concerning to you to have heard from Ms. Houston that he denied any history of family violence during his BIP intake?
Yes.
Now, looking at states, let me bring it up, hang on. States Exhibit number 2, one of the dates of allegation in the indictment is January 2nd of 2022. And do you know how old is and what his birthday is?
He will be 4 in September.
Okay. And do you know and let's see, there was another date. Let me bring it up real quick. Oh, I apologize. My computer just froze up. One second, Judge.
And I apologize. He will be 3 in September.
Okay.
So I apologize for that.
And so, let's see. Is that concerning that date is, I guess, or sorry, there's another date that was for May of 2021. Is it concerning to you that there were multiple dates outlining this history of domestic violence?
Yes.
Now, as far as the not taking responsibility and accountability, what is, or do you have concerns about the fact that there's this ongoing history of domestic violence and these children are this young?
My concern is that the children could witness or be a part of some kind of violence if they are around him, and the violence, domestic violence, has not been addressed or has not been even taken responsibility for, and the children could be part of that.
And and let me ask you, when you've talked to Mr. Rodriguez specifically about concerns about the domestic violence and getting that BIP class taken care of, I mean, what has his response to that been?
Well, and since he talked to LaRonda, or after he talked to LaRonda for 2 or 3 months, he stated that he did not have to take it because he was told he did not. And what was the rest of your question? I'm sorry.
I mean, I guess and I think what's his demeanor been about you trying to encourage him to do that or to take responsibility for that?
Defiant. He will give me information on a monthly basis, excuse me, regarding, what he's considering, what he's thinking about, but he has not put any effort in to start anything, to my knowledge.
Okay. And so at this point, is that the service that still sort of remains outstanding, and are those some of the reasons for the concern?
Yes.
If Mr. Rodriguez is unwilling to take responsibility and acknowledge the domestic violence concerns, do you believe that placing the children back with him or naming him as a managing conservator could significantly impair the children's physical health or emotional development?
Absolutely.
Do you have concerns about those children going back into a home where domestic violence has not been addressed?
Absolutely.
Now, have you been inside the home where he resides?
Yes.
what sort of setup is there for the children?
I have only been allowed in the first part of the house. It's like I have not been allowed from the kitchen back. It's like a small foyer, I guess I could say. It's just a small room, and that's where we have met on a monthly basis. So I cannot testify to what the rest of the house looks like.
Okay. And I mean, has Mr. Rodriguez not let you do that? Have his parents not let you do that? What, I guess,
there really hasn't been, I really haven't been told no. You cannot go back there. But every time I visit with Mr. Rodriguez, he would stay in that front foyer part.
Okay. Has he ever offered up to you any sort of plan if the children would return to him, or any sort of way to show that it would be appropriate for the children to be with him in that home?
He has not.
Okay. Now, has he at any point even expressed any sort of desire to the department to have the children living with him?
No, he has not.
Okay. Has he... Now, you said he's been involved sort of in his visitation. What sort of visitation is he currently having?
He has 4 hours of supervised visits per week.
And do you know who's supervising those?
I believe his father is supervising them.
Yeah. And they've been approved, correct?
Correct.
All right. And as far as far as any other updates, are there any other updates that we have about Mr. Rodriguez's services or anything like that that need to be covered right now?
No.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about Miss Casillas's services and sort of the efforts that we've made in reunifying the children with her.
Let me interrupt before we get off Dad. Ms. Super, I read in the report that he did not do counseling because he said he didn't think he needed it. Is that correct?
I think he did not continue any. He did not, I was wrong. He did do counseling, but he would not do any more. He said he didn't feel like he needed it.
Well, did he do his 6 that's recommended?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
If I put that in the court report, I was wrong.
Okay, right. Okay, go ahead. Then we can go on to Mom now.
And so at this point, I mean, are there any services that Ms. Casillas has not completed?
No.
All right. And in fact, has she done some additional services?
She has.
All right. And so as far as completing the services kind of the first time around, did the department ultimately end up placing the children back with her?
Yes.
And about when was that?
September 18th, I believe.
Okay.
September 30th, excuse me. I'm sorry.
And that was of 2024?
2024, yes.
All right. And initially, I mean, what was the department's belief on whether or not that would be successful?
We had complete hopes that it would be successful. We felt very positive that it would be. I don't think we would have placed the children there if we didn't feel that way.
And at that point, at some point, I guess, and you've heard the testimony of Miss Elia Gomez, I mean, twice now, at this hearing and at a previous hearing, were the concerns that she rose some of the reasons that the department began to rethink that reunification plan?
Yes.
Now, how many times would you say you went out to see the children while they were on that first initial reunification, or I guess not reunification, but placement with the mother?
I went out on a weekly basis.
Okay. And what sort of did you have any concerns initially when you were having those visits?
No.
When you went to meet with her, were her and the children both in her home or all in her home?
Yes.
Okay. And so at a certain point, I guess, if it was the department's decision or was it the court's decision? Do you recall that Mr. Rodriguez was allowed to kind of come help her a little bit to sort of manage having the boys back?
The court ordered that he could go back and help her, and so we went with that and was okay with Jonathan helping her with daycare while she was working.
Okay, and so initially, what was that looking like? What was going on in the home?
If Ignacia had to work, it was okay for Jonathan to stay with the boys until Ignacia got off of work.
Okay. But he wasn't supposed to be living there, correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't supposed to be spending extra time there, correct?
Correct.
At that point, did he have his own separate visitation set up?
Yes.
And he was, to your knowledge, going along and doing that visitation, correct?
Yes.
All right. Based on some of those concerns that were risen, ultimately, did the children end up getting removed again?
Yes.
And at that point in September, October, November, before that second removal, Mr. Rodriguez hadn't done his BIP intake, correct?
Correct.
But as far as we were concerned, he was cooperating and still engaging in services, right?
Yes.
All right. And so after all the allegations came out and the children were removed, what sort of additional services was Miss Cassius asked to do?
There wasn't additional services. She voluntarily continued counseling.
Okay.
But there was not additional services asked of her at that point.
Okay. And so did she continue that counseling?
Yes.
And I mean, to be fair, she continued that counseling for a while, didn't she?
She did. The only reason she stopped was because the counselor did not renew their contract with St. Francis Ministries. And that's been just maybe 2 months ago. So it hasn't been long. So she continued her counseling long past when she was required to.
All right. And so at a certain point, then let me kind of take a step back. And so at the first, give me a minute.
Ms. Hooper, while she's looking for whatever she's looking for,
Yes, sir.
I don't know that I've heard, why were the kids removed from Ignacia once they were placed back with her in September?
The concerns were raised that she had left baby asleep while she went over, I believe, to her sister's house. So the child was left alone in the home.
But you mean?
Baby, yes. I'm sorry. The youngest.
Okay. Is that the only thing you can recall as to why that they were removed from her?
And I believe there was some alcohol drinking while both of the boys were there. Just some unsafe parenting actions by her.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Wildman.
Thank you, Judge. And that's what I was kind of going back to. And so at the permanency hearing in November 18th of 2024, were those issues raised with the court, and did the department then ask that the children go back to their grandmother's placement?
Yes.
All right. And then at that point, is that when the court sort of took a step back and asked that we kind of go back to I think we were at 4 hours of unsupervised visitation for the parents, and then made that order that Mr. Rodriguez not return to Ignacia's residence until he begun BIP?
Correct.
All right. And so that was in November of
Yes.
2024. And Your Honor, the department would move to admit State's Exhibit 7, which would be the permanency hearing order from November 18th of 2024.
All right. Objections?
No objection.
No objection.
All right, petitioner 7 submitted.
All right. Thank you, Judge. And so after that, did Miss Cassius appear to be showing improvement again?
Yes.
And so let's see, at a subsequent hearing on the 17th of March of this year, did the department recommend that we start working on increasing visitation with Ms. Casillas in hope of placing the children back home and reunifying them again?
Yes.
And Your Honor, the department will move to admit petitioner's exhibit number 8 at this time, which would be the certified self-authenticating copy of that permanency hearing order.
From
No objection.
3/7/25.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
None.
All right. Petitioner's 8 submitted.
All right, and in that order again, did it state that, more specifically, that Mr. Rodriguez would not be present for any of Ignacia's visitation with the children?
Yes.
All right, and so he was, at that point, again, had he made any progress towards completing BIP?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so did the department start that step-up visitation schedule with Ignacia and the children?
Yes.
And how did that step-up order progress? What sort of increases did we have?
If I recall correctly, Ignacia, her work schedule at that time, she was off on Thursdays and then off on the weekend. And so she changed her off day to be Saturday and Sunday. So she would have time with them on Saturday and then time with them on Sunday. And then they would return. She would get the boys Saturday morning and then would keep them till around 6, I believe, Sunday evening, and then return them to Gloria.
Okay. And so, when you were facilitating that, were you going out to the house to see her with the kids in the home?
I did every, yes, I'm sorry, I did. And then I had the unannounced visit, I believe, in May.
Okay. And so, as far as you could tell from the initial start of this step up, did things seem to be going well?
Yes.
Did you talk with Ignacia specifically about this restriction that Jonathan was not supposed to be there during her visitation with the boys?
Yes, I reconfirmed it on multiple occasions.
And what was her response to that?
She said she knew and she understood.
And did she ever deny having him over there, or did she say she wasn't having him, she wasn't having contact? What did she say anything specific to that regard?
She said she understood that and that she was not having him there.
Okay. And so I guess you mentioned the unannounced visit in May, and so where did you go on that unannounced visit?
I went to Ignacia's home.
All right. And so when you first got there, what did you do?
I knocked on the door.
And did anybody come to the door?
No.
Could you hear anybody?
I could hear the children in there just making, talking or making sounds.
All right. And did you attempt to make contact with Ignacia in any other way?
I knocked several times. I called her name. I then texted her, letting her know that I was at her front door. She didn't respond. And so finally I called her. And this is probably within a 25-minute time period. And when I called her, or she called me, she said that she had to go to her work, get the deposit, and take the deposit to the bank. And that she would be back in just a moment, and that Jonathan was with the children in her home.
Okay. And so what, if any, concerns did you have standing there for 20 minutes not being able to get in touch with her?
I had the concerns that no one was answering the door when I heard the children in there. So I knew they were in there. And before she called, I didn't know who was with them. And then, and even after I found out who was with them, they still didn't open the door so I could see the children.
Okay. And I mean, would it have been a concern that you could hear the children and the children were potentially alone?
Yes, that was very concerning.
And I mean, had you not been able to get in touch with somebody, I mean, what was your next step?
I was ready to call the police for a welfare check.
And so when you talked to Ignacia and she told you that Jonathan was there, did you tell her that nobody was answering?
Yes.
And what did she say after that?
She said they were in the back of the house and didn't hear me. And I said, well, I heard the boys initially. And then it got quiet. And so if I heard them, they should have been able to hear me knocking really loud and saying her name. So.
And so at any point, did Jonathan come to the door? The boys come to the door? Did anybody come to the door?
No.
Did Miss Casillas ever come back to the residence?
Yes, about 5 or 6 minutes later, she showed up.
Okay. Was she with anybody?
She was with one of her approved transporters for the boys. It's a gentleman that I believe she works with. He dropped her off.
Okay, and so when you finally were able to, I guess, make face-to-face contact with Ignacia, were you able to get into the house then?
Yes.
And were you able to see the boys?
Yes.
And was Jonathan there?
Yes.
And so did you talk with Ignacia any more about why this had happened?
I did. I told her, both of y'all know that he's not supposed to be here at your house when the children are here. And she again explained that she had to make money anytime she could and go to work. And she was told that she had to go get that deposit and take it to the bank for her work. So she didn't have a choice but to go do that.
Okay. And the person that she was with that dropped her off, that person had previously been approved to transport the boys and had previously transported the boys, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her why she didn't just take them with her?
This month, I did ask her that, and she did not have a response.
Okay. And she did not, and she didn't, did she explain why at either time, why Jonathan was the first call?
She did not.
Okay. Does she have other potential people that she can reach out to in those sorts of situations as far as transportation or having watched the boys?
Yes.
In fact, was that part of one of the orders at one point that she kind of prepare a list of people that could help her out?
Yes, and she did.
Okay, and so there were other people she could have called besides Jonathan.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation. We don't know what was going on that day, so I'm going to object to speculation.
Overruled.
And Ms. Hooper, you can respond to that question.
She did have, I think, 3 or 4 people total that she had on their approved transportation list.
And one of them was with her that day.
Correct.
All right. And so what was Jonathan's response to being found at the home?
I don't know if he had a particular response to being found. He became angry. I think we all became angry because of the situation. He just stated that he wasn't doing anything wrong and the boys weren't in danger. The boys were okay. And he felt that he could, be there because he wasn't doing anything wrong.
Now, were both of them, did you discuss with both of them and make them both aware that the court order specifically said that that situation was not supposed to happen?
Yes.
And I mean, did they acknowledge that they understood that?
Yes.
And even after acknowledging that, did either of them in any way take responsibility for the fact that they had violated that court order?
No.
Does that raise any concerns for you or the department?
Yes.
And why is that?
The concerns would be that, again, the children could be a witness to potential domestic violence between the two. Concerns that both of them have been told multiple times what the stipulations were. They were court ordered. And concern was that this was the second time that Ignacia had not told us the truth about who was staying with her boys.
And so, do you have any concerns, especially after that incident, about the protectiveness of Ignacia towards the children?
Yes.
And why is that?
For her and Jonathan to be together when the children are there, the domestic violence has not been addressed, and no responsibility has been taken of that. It's just a concern that, like I said, the children could be a witness to domestic violence between the parents.
Do you know what's going on in the home when Ignacia has those boys and you're not present?
No.
After catching them violating the court order, did that in any way cause you concerns about what was going on when you weren't there?
Yes.
Can you be certain that Ignacia was following the court orders any of the other times she had the children?
No, I want to object to speculation.
Sustain.
Now, initially, or I guess after this happened, in that hearing, or after that happened, did the court come, or did we come back to court and request that the visitation be changed and that the children have supervised visitation again?
Yes.
And have the parents been following that order?
Yes.
And have the parents been getting their visitation as that change was made?
Yes. There was one weekend, I believe, Gloria was out of town and had transportation problems, some kind of vehicle problems. She was gone most of the weekend. But when I visited with Ignacia, she had been able to make up her 4 hours. And when I visited with Jonathan, I made it clear to him that he had the right to make up those 4 hours. And he would need to get with Gloria to schedule that whenever he could, even if it was an hour at a time. It was his right to be able to make up those hours. And he said he understood that.
Okay. Now, talking about the children and Gloria and the children they've been placed with grandma this entire case, correct?
Correct.
And have you been out there to see the children with Gloria?
Yes.
And how are the children taken care of there?
They're taken care of very well. She's very good at taking care of the children, and when they get sick, getting them to the doctor or calling the doctor. So she does a very good job.
Is the home appropriate? Do they have a place to sleep?
Yes.
Do you have any concerns about them at this time in that placement?
No.
What is the recommendation of the department at this time?
That we grant Gloria PMC of the children.
And are we asking that the parents be named possessory?
Yes.
Now, is, from your understanding, from being involved in this case, do the children have a relationship with with their parents? Are they bonded to their parents?
I believe they have a relationship with them.
And I mean, at this point, would it be in the best interest of the children to terminate their parental rights at this point?
I do not believe so.
But do you believe that naming the parents managing conservators would significantly impair their physical health or emotional development?
Can you say that again, please?
Do you believe that naming them managing conservators would significantly impair their physical health or their emotional development?
Yes.
And is that because of these things that you've testified to and the things that you've observed?
Yes.
Do you necessarily have a specific recommendation as far as what kind of visitation we'd like to see for the parents?
I do not.
As far as the case is concerned, or do you have any other updates or any other things the court needs to be made aware of at this time?
No.
There's one other thing that I forgot to ask about. During the attempts to reunify with Ignacia Casillas the second time around, are you aware of a DFPS investigation that occurred during that time frame?
Yes.
And ultimately, were all of the allegations in that investigation ruled out?
Yes.
And so that didn't necessarily have an effect on the decision making to scale back visitation and stop those efforts to reunify, right?
No, it did not.
And then do you believe that the department did make reasonable efforts to try and reunify the children?
Yes.
At this point, kind of based on what you've observed and what you've already testified to, do you believe that sending the kids back to Ignacia a third time is in their best interest?
I do not.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right. I'm going to take a quick break here and run get something off my printer. But Ms. Hooper, did you write the report for this final hearing when we started this?
Yes, sir.
Well, my notes from I don't have the actual report in my hand, but my notes was the recommendation from the department was to start a monitored return back to mother.
I think that was before that incident in May.
All right, give me just a second. I'm going to run get something off my printer. Ms. Hooper, I'm looking back at the permanency hearing order from March 17th. On page 7, it says 7.1, the court finds that unsupervised visitation between Nehemiah and Elijah and Jonathan Rodriguez is in the best interest of the children. So as of March 17th, he was allowed unsupervised visits, correct?
But then, Judge, at the next hearing, you ordered that he was not to be at the visits at Ignacia's house.
Judge, I think Lisa was trying to.
I'm getting around to that.
I think she was trying to answer a question. She's just on mute. That's all I was going to say.
I apologize. And Your Honor,
I'll talk and I can't hear any of you.
I say, Your Honor, procedurally, I believe that the court report was the final court report was filed before the incident at the unannounced visit in May. I believe we started the final hearing on this April 28th, right. if I'm remembering correctly. So that would explain.
That's not where I'm headed with this, Ms. Wildman. Let me get back to where I was. I'm gonna have again. I wish I'd have had these exhibits long before 15 minutes before we started the hearing.
Oh, and Judge, the change in orders was not one of the exhibits that I had presented. It was one of the things Ms. Hooper had testified to. Is that
I don't want to hear that. Let me get back to where I was on the orders from March 17th. Okay, 7.1 says that as of March 17th, he could have, his best interest that he have unsupervised visits. All right, and then the next hearing I show was we started the final on May 19th.
There was a hearing June 6th, Your Honor, on the motion to modify the temporary visitation schedule.
Right, I'm looking at that now. But you're trying to jump ahead of me. On the hearing, when we started the final on May 19th, there was nothing that changed that he had unsupervised visits.
Correct.
Yeah, then jump forward to the 6-6 hearing. Then it went back to being supervised. So 6-6 is after the May incident. So my question, Ms. Hooper, is, well, you didn't say what date. You talked about this unannounced visit in May. You didn't say a date.
Look real quick.
Okay.
Apologize for not having the exact date, but I can look in my system. Maybe.
Well, that's unimportant. It was obviously before the June 6th hearing.
Right.
Right. So
Yes.
it's unannounced visit in May. Mr. Rodriguez could have unsupervised visits. The very next page in that order of March 17th said, it's ordered that Jonathan Rodriguez not be present for Ignacia Casillas' visitation with Nehemiah and Elijah. All right. So here's my problem with that. She got in a bind over her work, supposedly, so she called Dad to come over and watch the kids while she went and made that deposit. So at the biggest stretch you can make is from the time he got there and she left to go make that deposit. Yeah, maybe he was present during her period of visitation. But then she went and made the deposit. Was it your understanding that as soon as she came back, then he was going to leave?
She did not tell me.
Okay, so we're just speculating. So you see where I'm headed with this? Technically, I don't know that anybody violated the order, other than, like I said, maybe a minute or two before she left.
He wasn't supposed to be at during her visitation. He was not supposed to be present.
But if he got there and she left immediately to go to the bank, then you could make a really good argument that he didn't violate it because she left. She left, so that was not part of her visitation. She wasn't there with the kids. Would you agree with me on that?
It's speculation because we do not know how long he was there before she left.
Yeah, well, we don't know that he wasn't either, then, do we?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's the point I'm trying to make. We keep talking about it's just so clear that the order's been violated. I'm not so sure it was. So, okay, let's go on then, Miss Lucero.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hooper, you'd already gone over like the services that Ignacia had completed all her services in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then you said she did extra services. Besides the counseling, was there anything extra she did?
She did. There was and I do not remember the name of it now, but there was a support group there in Pampa that she went to. She did not provide me any proof that she went, but she went on a weekly basis. She stated she went on a weekly basis to this support group. So that would have been the additional services that she did.
Okay. And so would you agree with me that, okay, well, I'm going to back up a little bit. Ignacia owes traffic tickets, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she can't get her license right now, right?
Correct. Uh-huh.
But she has set up a support group that can take her to pick up her kids, bring her back home, take her to work, all that kind of stuff. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then also she uses public transportation. She's advised you of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she has her own place to live. Is that right?
Correct.
And recently she moved from a 3-bedroom to a 2-bedroom to save money, right?
Correct.
And you've been out to that home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's room for the boys. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And then whether the kids were visiting with Ignacia or they were placed with her, you visited her in that home, correct? In her homes, maybe she's
Yes.
moved, but okay. All right.
Yes.
And then I haven't ever read anything besides, of course, when y'all removed the kids, but I've never read any reports or gotten anything by email that that she hasn't taken care of those kids. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. So when you've seen them, they've been clean, they've been fed, they have a place to sleep, a place to play, all that stuff that a parent provides for their kids, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then when the kids we're gonna start that reunification plan, she even went out and asked to change her schedule so she could be there more for the boys. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as there was allegations in the first removal that she was out drinking, that she left at home by himself. You recall saying, advising Judge Graham that was some of the reasons for the removal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But there was really, it was just all based on allegations, correct? From either, you never had any proof presented to you or the department didn't have any proof presented to them home by himself, was there?
I believe there's a text conversation between Ignacia and her sister regarding that.
Okay. But was it presented at that first hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry, and I don't recall. I was in a different hearing. I stepped out. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then the sisters live beside each other. You've heard that. Do they live in that same community?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so, and then as far as, all these allegations of Ignacia drinking and she's passed out and all those kind of things, Ignacia has tested negative or tested clean for 1.5 years for the department. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And there's been testing done for alcohol use also, right?
Yes.
And do you know how when someone takes an alcohol screen, how far it goes back? Do you know?
I want to say 24 hours.
Okay. And you heard her sister's testimony saying that she was drinking all the time, right?
Yes.
So if that was the case, wouldn't you agree with me that it's likely that she would have popped positive on one of those alcohol screens?
That's hard for me to say.
Okay.
I mean, I can't really answer that.
Okay. All right then. Now, as far as there was a point in time that the department, and the judge ordered it, but the department didn't oppose it for Mr. Rodriguez to have unsupervised visits with the kids. And the judge I'm not going to go into all that again, but he was allowed to be in the home, right?
Right.
And help with the kids. Now, did you ever go by Ignacia's house during when the kids were placed back with her or reunification, whichever time it was that Mr. Rodriguez was allowed in the home? Did you ever visit while he was watching the kids?
I do not recall ever visiting while he was there.
Okay. But again, you visited Ignacia quite a few times, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And and so he was watching those kids while Ignacia was at work, and sometimes she worked long hours. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. And then Ignacia never made any outcries to you or stated anything that Mr. Rodriguez had, mistreated the children or anything like that. Isn't that true?
That's true.
Okay. So we can say that during the periods that Mr. Rodriguez and Ignacia were with the kids, that the kids, there were no safety concerns reported. Is that right?
Wow. Can you say that again, please?
Well, yeah, that wasn't a very good question. As far as you don't have any valid or any proof that either Ignacia or Jonathan Rodriguez has ever done anything to hurt the boys. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you heard Ms. Gomez stated earlier that that the department was okay with her transporting the kids and her helping Gloria out or helping Ignacia out. And I'll be honest, I find that surprising just because dealing with other cases, that's usually not the situation. Do you know why, even though she was, on probation now, or had been arrested for a third DWI, that y'all were okay with her doing that?
After we ran her,
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
thought-
going to again. I'm going to object as to relevance.
Overruled. I've been wanting to ask this question all day long. So you can answer that question.
Okay. When it was brought to our attention that I was told she had been arrested for her third DWI, I ran her background check again. When I ran her background check, I sent it to my supervisor and asked her if this person could be transportation to the children, and she said no. And so that is when we stopped the transportation for Elia and the children.
Okay. And you heard her testimony that was about was that like a couple of months ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But y'all run checks on anybody that's around the children. I mean, y'all ran checks on anybody that helped Miss Rodriguez, and anybody that helps Ignacia or Jonathan. Y'all run checks on everybody, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you found out a couple of months ago, but you heard me asking, when I was asking Miss Elia Gomez questions, that she was arrested for that DWI back in October of 2023, before this case even started.
Correct.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes. So how is it that she was permitted to transport the kids up until 2 months ago?
I guess her background check was updated. So when I did her background check again a couple months ago, it was updated and it showed that DWI, and I don't know the legal verbiage on her background check, but it had been updated for that last DWI. And I emailed that background check to Elia so she would know what it said.
Okay. And how is it that you were decided to check again 2 months ago?
Because Ignacia mentioned it, and so I ran it again.
Okay. Now, we've talked a lot about, or you testified, and others have testified about Ms. Rodriguez not completing the BIT program, and you stated that would help alleviate concerns about any kind of domestic violence or things like that, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that when parents are involved in a CPS case, that sometimes they'll attend couples counseling to also address how to get along, how to coexist, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And when they do that and they complete some, the sessions, does that help alleviate concerns for the department?
Some of the concerns.
Okay. But otherwise, I mean, y'all wouldn't want them to do that if there weren't any type of concerns. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And I might have missed it when you were testifying for Ms. Waldman, or testifying or responding. You're aware that Ignacia and Mr. Rodriguez completed 10 sessions of couples counseling. And the reason I asked, because I didn't see it in any of the reports. Were you aware of that?
I didn't know it was 10 because I know they did some. I don't remember it being 10 because that is when he told me he did not feel he needed to go to additional counseling. So
Okay.
I don't know if it was 10.
Okay. And we can ask on down the line, but you were aware that they at least attended some couples counseling, correct?
Yeah. A
Okay.
few counts. I would need to double check the amount, but there was few.
Okay. And I believe earlier when you were testifying about counseling, it was my understanding that Mr. Rodriguez had stated that he didn't need any more. Y'all were specifically at that point talking about individual counseling. I didn't hear any mention of couples counseling at that point.
He told me he did not feel he needed any more counseling. The couples counseling that they had, he missed several sessions. Oh, I thought someone said something. I'm sorry. And that is when he told me he felt he did not need any more counseling. He was not specific to couples counseling, co-parenting counseling, or individual counseling.
And did you ask him specifically about that, or you just took it okay. All right. Now, as far as the allegations about against Ignacia about her drinking and things like that, did you ever go to her home and she opened the door to you, whether the kids were there or not, and she was drunk?
No.
Did you ever go over there and see any kind of beer bottles or beer cans laying around?
No.
Now, were you aware that during the pendency of this case that Ignacia has, through no fault of her own, has had quite a few missed visits with Elijah? Has she
Missed
reported that to you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you advise her that was something that her and Gloria needed to work out to make up visits?
Yes.
Okay. And did she follow up with you and advise you that Gloria wouldn't respond to her request for makeup visits?
She said that she had not made the visits up yet. I do not recall her saying that Gloria had not responded.
Okay.
She has not had those visits made up yet.
Okay. Now, you were asked what the department is. Well, on May 14th, your report, I guess it was May 14th, your report was looking at, I guess, reunification or starting up a, what is it? Monitored attorney, I'm sorry. Okay. And then I guess 14 days later, y'all changed your mind and now want Miss Gloria Rodriguez to be managing conservator. Is that right?
Right.
And the only thing that's changed is that y'all believe that the parents violated the court order on May 28th.
Correct.
Okay. So it has nothing to do with her behavior. I mean, besides that day, nothing else that she's done. She had done everything she could do, and y'all asked of her, but then that 28th day happened and y'all did a 180. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So you were asked if you wanted, as far as Ms. Rodriguez being named permanent managing conservator, you're saying that the parent shouldn't be named joint managing because it would significantly impair their physical health and emotional development. Is that right?
Can you ask that again? Can you ask that again, please?
Okay. Whenever Ms. Waldman asked you if that y'all aren't asking for the parents to be named managing conservators or joint managing conservators, and y'all are basing that on that the parents that if the kids go with one of the parents or both parents, it would significantly impair their physical health and emotional development. Do you recall saying that was it?
Yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Waldman asked you, is that based on your testimony today? And you said yes, of what's been presented today, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I'm sorry to continue to harp on this, but up until May 14th, y'all were good. We're unsure if the order was even violated on May 28th, but now you think that if the kids go with them, it's going to physically impair their physical health and emotional development. Is that right?
It also has her continued dishonesty throughout the case.
But up until May 14th, that wasn't an issue for y'all, right?
Because she was dishonest again after that last court hearing, the end of May, when I did that unannounced visit.
I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Mullinax?
Ms. Hooper, earlier you said that on the first monitored return, the judge approved Mr. Rodriguez babysitting the kids. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
That's not actually true, correct?
Yes, he ordered it.
Okay,
he ordered that.
Hold on. The August 12, 2024 permanency hearing, the court ordered at that hearing that each of the parents have unsupervised visits. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then there wasn't another hearing until November of 2024. Would you agree?
Yes.
So sometime between August and November of 2024, the department or St. Francis made the decision to do a monitored return to Ignacia Casillas. Is that right?
Correct.
And that wasn't anything that this court ordered. That was something that St. Francis and the department decided to do, correct?
Correct.
So between August 12th of 2024 and November, I think maybe 19th or so, or 17th of 2024, there was not another court hearing. Would you agree?
Correct.
And during that time is when the department filed a motion to extend this case because of extenuating circumstances, which would have been a monitored return, correct?
Correct.
And so would you agree with me that if there was no other court hearing between August and November, it was St. Francis's determination to do the monitored return and allow Jonathan Rodriguez to to babysit the children?
The court ordered he was allowed.
What court order is that in, ma'am?
I'd have to look at them, but I know that the court ordered that he be allowed to help her with daycare.
Okay.
That's why we allowed her.
And so do you recall at that hearing in November when St. Francis was attempting to do a re-removal of the children, how the court heard that St. Francis was allowing Jonathan Rodriguez to babysit the children without having started BIP? He asked, you guys are doing this without him starting BIP? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was your decision to let him do that, even though you knew he had not started BIP, correct?
Because it was court ordered that he was able to.
And do you want to look and see if you can find that court order for me?
I'll let my lawyer.
Okay. Well, while that's happening, at the time of the re-removal, he had been keeping the children because he was allowed to do so, right?
Yes. Yes.
That re-removal had nothing to do with him. Is that right?
Correct.
And then in November after that, he was ordered not to be at the visitation, I think, during her visitation period. Is that right?
I believe so, yes. Okay.
And so he had unsupervised visits until, I believe, the judge asked you, up until June 6th, right?
Correct.
From the beginning of this case, at the very beginning, Ignacia made an allegation he tried to run her over. After that, were there any allegations that he had engaged in any kind of domestic violence with her?
Not since I've had the case, no.
Were there any new allegations that he had engaged in any other criminal activity other than being arrested for outstanding tickets?
No.
Any allegations that he had been arrested for anything else at all?
No.
And so until the court ordered that he could not return to her home until he started BIP, St. Francis had no problem whatsoever with him babysitting the children and having unsupervised visits, correct?
Because the court ordered it.
Objection non-responsive, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And you said that the only thing that he has not completed is BIP, correct?
Correct.
You said specifically, and I believe this is a quote, that he hasn't put any effort to starting anything with regard to BIP, correct?
Correct.
He
Not to my knowledge.
Well,
not that he invited me.
You know that he took the assessment, correct?
Yes.
You also know, do you not, that if somebody doesn't qualify for BIP, they cannot take BIP?
No.
Correct?
No.
You
I do not agree with that. No.
Well, you were present for the testimony of the BIP coordinator, correct?
Yes, I was.
And if he doesn't take responsibility, he doesn't qualify, so he can't take BIP, correct?
If he does not take responsibility, they will not provide BIP for him.
And you also had talked to him about taking the Apple Recovery Program, which I believe is maybe an online program. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, he could not take that program or engage in that program because Apple does not contract with St. Francis, correct?
That is not correct. He could still take it even though they weren't contracted with us.
So if he took Apple Recovery, he would have to pay for that, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't make any efforts to attempt to contract with Apple Recovery, so he didn't have to pay for it while he was working at Taco Bell, right?
We tried and tried to contract with Apple, and Apple did not communicate with us, so they would not contract.
And then you talked about Jonathan bringing up the week before last this other program. Did you talk to him about what program that was?
Yes, we had a discussion.
And so he told you the name of the program?
He did not.
All right. Did you tell him at that point it's too late anyway? He can't take it?
I did not.
You never told him that?
I did not.
You also said you were not able to staff to see if he could do it. Did you attempt to staff and say, hey, Jonathan Rodriguez has come up with a new program. Can we even do this?
No, I didn't have enough information.
So if he says, hey, I found another program, that's not enough information.
No, it's not. And
you said specifically earlier that you have concerns that if Ignacia and Jonathan are around each other, that the kids could be a witness to domestic violence. You weren't concerned about that back before he started BIP and was allowed to babysit the kids, were you?
Yes, I was still concerned, but the court ordered it.
And Your Honor, I'd request the court to take judicial notice of this file, specifically the permanency hearing orders in this case.
I will, but I can't find it either. I seem to recall that I ordered that, but I sure can't find it. In my notes, I haven't, again, I didn't get exhibits till 15 minutes before we started. So obviously I haven't been able to look through every permanency order that's been entered as evidence today. So that's all I'll say about that.
And Ms. Hooper, you were asked about Ignacia and Jonathan taking part in couples counseling. You remember that question?
Yes.
You've never brought that up to the court that they were engaging in couples counseling, have you?
Not that I recall.
Why not?
Because I do not recall how many sessions they had, because Jonathan did not show up for a majority. And Ignacia would go ahead and do the counseling sessions, even though Jonathan did not show up. So I'm not positive if they got any done.
So you don't think it was important to let this court know that they were either ordered or agreed to do couples counseling if they were going to be together or co-parenting?
I should have put that in the court report.
What efforts have you made to return the children to Jonathan Rodriguez?
I have offered him all the services on his family plan.
I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Rudd?
Ms. Hooper, is it true that from March on, you were getting reports from various sources that Ignacia was not doing what she was supposed to be doing, and she was letting Jonathan come over, and you had no positive proof of that? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And during the entire case, isn't it true that that May unannounced visit was basically your first unannounced visit since Ignacia had gotten the kids back?
No, I did several unannounced with Ignacia throughout the case.
So since November?
Yes.
And how many would you say? How many unannounced visits did you do?
Throughout the case, I would say at least 3 or 4.
Okay. But isn't it true that some of those allegations made were that she were taking the kids to a bar, but she said she wasn't drinking, correct?
Your Honor, I want to object if that's not an evidence.
I think it was from the first hearing.
Oh, okay.
When we started this, I recall that statement.
Okay.
So
Yes. But you didn't have any. Go ahead.
Can you ask that again, please?
Isn't it true that some of the allegations that were being made were, for example, that she took the kids to a bar? Ignacia justified it by saying, well, I took them to the bar, but it was a fundraiser and I wasn't drinking.
Right.
And other allegations that Jonathan had been staying with her, but again, you didn't catch him.
Correct.
So is that why from March to May, because you didn't have any solid proof that they were not doing what they were supposed to, you continued with the plan of reunification?
Correct.
But you had reports coming not just from Gloria, but from several sources. Isn't that true?
No.
No, they were only from Gloria?
No, they weren't only from Gloria, but there were several. It was her and Elia were the only 2.
Right. But her and Elia were both reporting that Ignacia was not doing what she was supposed to be doing, and that she was drinking.
I take that back. The information that I got from Elia was from when they were placed with Ignacia back in 2024. From that first time that we placed with them and then we removed them, that's when I got information from Elia. I apologize.
Okay. But then you actually caught them not doing what they were supposed to do. Is that correct?
In May, yes. Is that what you're
Right.
asking?
Yes. But the point I'm trying to make, or the question I'm trying to get answered is, I believe the judge and Miss Lucera were basically insinuating that that Jonathan watching the kids was the only reason that you just flipped. Isn't it true that you had lots of suspicions, but no proof until you actually caught him there?
Correct.
Okay. So, although that one episode was the proof that you had been getting reports that were unproven, but getting reports, hey, Jonathan's staying over there. Hey, she's drinking. Hey, this is going on. But she denied them and you didn't have any proof, correct?
Correct.
So that's why when you did get proof, you actually took action.
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that part of the problem has been, even though Ignacia has been denying all of these allegations all along, she has a long history of just telling the department what they want to hear, whether it's true or not, to do whatever she needs to do to get.
I'm going to object to leading. I apologize.
Your Honor, she's not my witness. I can.
Yeah, y'all were both talking. I didn't even hear the objection.
I had said objection leading, but it
No.
wasn't her witness, so that's. I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Ms. Rudd.
Isn't it true that another part of the problem is that basically because Ignacia has a long history of telling the department what they want to hear and then doing whatever she wants to do, that basically you don't believe her excuses anymore because of her dishonesty?
Right.
And isn't it true that Ignacia has told more than one person that she really just wants Nehemiah and she doesn't really care about Elijah?
Subject to speculation.
Overruled. She's either heard it or she hasn't. But unless it's hearsay.
Well, objection hearsay, Your Honor.
Well, Ms. Hooper, have you heard from either parent that she doesn't want Elijah? She just wants Nehemiah?
She has not told me that directly.
Okay, then that would be hearsay, so sustained.
I'll pass the witness.
All right. Ms. Naranjo.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know the court took judicial notice of the permanency hearings, and I was reviewing those to help clear up the record. And it looked to me like back in August 13th of 2024, there was a order from the court. I believe it's on page 7, on number 7, visitation plan for Jonathan Rodriguez. It does order there that his visitation is unsupervised. I would assume that would mean that there was nothing about the BIP at that point, but the BIP was introduced at the following order that happened in November, I believe.
Yeah, November 18.
Yes, Your Honor. That one says that he was not to be present at Ms. Casillas' residence until he initiates the BIP.
Yeah, I guess that's what she meant when she kept saying the court ordered it, the court ordered it. So thank you for that. I see that now in my notes. I couldn't find it in the reports. They're so lengthy and I didn't have any time to look at them.
Not a problem, Your Honor. I also wasn't Mr. Ingram was still the attorney ad litem at that time, so that's why I wasn't aware of it, but hopefully that clears that up.
Thank you for doing due diligence. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hooper, are you aware if part of Mr. Rodriguez's conditions of probation, if he's allowed to have contact with Ms. Casillas?
I'm not aware of his probation restrictions or.
Are you aware as part of his probation that he's ordered to complete the batterer's intervention and prevention program?
I am aware of that.
Your Honor, I believe best evidence would be the order requiring that.
I'm sorry, what was your objection?
I'd object to speculation and best evidence because the order requiring that should be entered into evidence and not testimony from someone that's not his probation officer.
I believe it is. I've looked at it.
Your Honor, it's been entered into this.
All right, everybody's just talking. I'm sorry, I can't.
It has not been entered into this hearing, Your Honor, and I believe it has to be in this hearing to be admissible.
I'm looking for it. I believe it is. I believe I saw it today in the exhibits that have been admitted. But again, and that's going to be a new rule. From now on, exhibits are going to be exchanged a minimum of 3 days before any hearings, or I'm not going to let any of them in. So give me a minute. Y'all can go ahead and keep asking questions. I'm going to see if I can't find that.
Ms. Hooper, when exactly were the children placed with Miss Gloria Rodriguez?
When? Is that what you said? At the very beginning of the case, November, when I came in the case, it was November of 2023.
So other than the time when the children were placed back, I believe back in September of 2024, Miss Rodriguez has basically had the children continuously for almost 3 years now.
Correct.
And regarding the department said that their position was that Ms. Rodriguez needs to be named permanent managing conservator. What is the department's position on child support and medical support?
We haven't really staffed that with the attorney, so I don't want to answer it and answer wrong. It'd be standard child support.
So you would be asking for child support for both Mr. Rodriguez and for Ms. Casillas to pay to Ms. Gloria Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am. It's just standard child support.
Based on minimum wage?
Yes, ma'am.
And what health insurance are the children going to be under if they're placed with if they remain with Ms. Rodriguez?
They would be on Medicaid.
And
Yeah.
would you also be requesting that Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Casillas pay for that Medicaid?
I believe it's a state offered. I don't think there would be a
They
cost.
could reimburse the state.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry.
And would you ask that they reimburse the state at about $25 a month each?
Yes.
Now, regarding that incident that occurred back in May when you made that unannounced visit, did the parents seem to understand that they had violated the court order?
Yes, they both said they were aware.
And so that was basically your understanding and the department's understanding that the parents' understanding and your understanding that the court order had been violated.
Correct.
And then that was brought up at the hearing that was to change the parents' visitation, correct?
Yes.
And at that hearing, the court ordered that parents were to go back to having supervised visitation due to what happened.
Correct.
I'll pass the witness.
All right. I heard that 4-letter word, staff. Back to Petitioner's Exhibit 3, the order of deferred adjudication under terms of plea bargain. It says defendant must attend and complete BIP program as part of probation, 3 years deferred. So I knew I'd seen that. Okay, anyone have further questions for Ms. Hooper? We'll start with Ms. Wildman.
Just briefly, Judge, Ms. Hooper, if the court order does not specifically state he could help with daycare transportation, but he was allowed to be having unsupervised visitation at the time that was happening, would that give the department any concern for having that daycare assistance happening if he was already on unsupervised visitation?
Can you say that again? That confused me.
If the court order does not specifically state he could help with transportation for daycare and things like that, but does state he's allowed to have unsupervised visitation, would that be consistent with him being allowed to help out in those situations?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Lucero, any follow-ups?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hooper, you were asked by Ms. Rudd about Ignacia having a long history of being dishonest with the department. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now we know that when the department first became involved back in 2023, I guess Ms. Casillas or Ignacia, at that point, she wasn't compliant. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay, but would you agree with me that sometimes in many cases, and we're thankful for it, when parents step up and start doing what they're supposed to? I mean, that's why CPS becomes involved, to help parents get it together. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay, so your dealings with Ignacia since you took the case over and you heard what the prior investigator said, there's been a big change in Ignacia. Wouldn't you agree with me?
There's been a change.
Okay. I mean, back then she wasn't following the service plan, apparently, from what they stated. She wasn't doing what she was supposed to. But during this case, and setting aside, okay, where, the May 28th, just the recent issue, I mean, she's done everything y'all have asked her to do. She's asked to do different, additional services. So when you agree with me, that's a big change from back in, I guess, October, November of 2023, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as, and I might have misheard this, we were asked how long the kids had been placed. And I think Ms. Naranjo, and I may have heard her wrong, she said they'd been with Gloria for about 3 years, but they were actually placed with Gloria, or I'm sorry, Ms. Rodriguez in November of 2023, correct?
Correct.
So it's been about 1.5 years, right?
Yes.
And it's been a little over 1.5 years because due to my schedule and another attorney's schedule, we've had to kind of set this case off a couple of months. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Mellanax.
Well, Ms. Lucero got one of my questions, so I just have one other issue. You said a minute ago that the parents were aware that they violated a court order in May of 2025, correct?
Yes.
Earlier, you testified that Jonathan became angry because he said he wasn't doing anything wrong. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Rudd.
Was Jonathan present at the hearing when the judge said, Jonathan can have some unsupervised visitation, but he can't be around Ignacia when she's got her visits? Was Jonathan present in the courtroom when the judge said that?
Yes.
Or present on the Zoom meeting? I guess we don't have actual courtrooms. So he was aware of that.
Right.
And is that the reason why he didn't answer the door?
I believe so.
Speculation, you're right.
Just saying.
Did he tell you why he didn't answer the door?
He did not.
Did Ignacia tell you why no one answered the door?
She said that they were in the back of the house and he probably did not hear me.
But you could hear the children playing.
Correct.
Was he upset because he didn't know that he violated the court order, or was he upset because he didn't think the court order had any purpose?
Objection, speculation.
Just saying.
Speculation.
Earlier, Miss Mullinax asked you, isn't it true that neither parent has ever hurt the boys? They've never actually physically harmed them, but wouldn't you agree that both parents have put the children in dangerous situations where harm could have come to them, where harm was foreseeable?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to that because I've never asked that question in this hearing.
Then she can ask it.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree that the boys, that both parents have put the children in situations where they could have gotten hurt?
Yes.
They never actually hurt them. They didn't beat the children. They didn't run over them. They didn't, break their arms or legs. But did they neglect the children in such a way that they could have been harmed?
Yes.
And, well, is there a history with Ignacia and Jonathan with Nehemiah of Nehemiah actually being exposed to drugs?
And Your Honor, I would object to speculation, facts not in evidence. The testimony was that none of the prior cases involved Jonathan Rodriguez.
Staying.
Was there a case involving Nehemiah,
Yes.
who is Jonathan Rodriguez's child?
Yes.
And Nehemiah tested positive for drugs?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Naranjo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hooper, Ms. Casillas has an extensive CPS history. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of all her kids that are involved with that, other than the current children in this case today, are any of them in her care?
No.
Now, throughout this case, have you heard testimony today that at the initiating of this case that the safety plan was violated 3 times?
Yes.
And then have there been constant issues back and forth between whether or not Jonathan was present or not in the home, violating the court order or not, that has now led to the parents being back on supervised visitation?
Yes.
And has now it's been a constant issue between whether or not orders either from the court or requests from the department are being followed?
Yes.
And has that continued to be a repeated issue for about 1.5 years?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
All right. Anybody else?
Your Honor, I have a follow-up.
All right.
Sorry. Ms. Hooper, you stated that that the kids have been, you're concerned about the kids being in a dangerous situation with with Mr. Rodriguez and Ignacia. Is that correct?
Yes.
But for 1.5 years, there's been no allegations of any type of domestic violence or anything like that. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier, you had stated that that you'd heard Ms. Rudd was asking you about allegations that were coming in about different things that Ignacio was allegedly doing. You stated that Elia had been contacting you up until the kids were removed the first time. Is that correct?
Yes, we went a long time without any contact. So most of our contact was when the first time the children were removed. Well, not first, but in September.
Okay. Okay. And so do you have ongoing contact with Ms. Elia Gomez at this time or no?
I do not.
Okay. And then you stated most of the allegations came from Gloria. You stated that. Do you recall saying that?
Back from when they were placed in October of last year?
Just throughout this case, I mean, do you receive allegations from Gloria?
I receive allegations from Gloria.
Okay. And is it on a regular basis?
No.
Okay. And are they allegations against the parents?
When I do receive an allegation, it is against the parents.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
Anybody else? Okay. Ms. Wildman, that was your last witness, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The department rests.
Okay. Several things here. We're getting ready to recess for the day. Nori, are you available tomorrow or do you have something else tomorrow morning?
Judge, let me look at my calendar, but I think I'm available. Give me a second.
And I want everybody else to, we can continue this tomorrow. We're not going to interfere with Judge Baker because I've already talked to her about that. I'd like to pick this up tomorrow morning and get it done. And if anybody's got a conflict with another judge, let me know who it is, because my understanding is a final in a CPS takes precedence over everything except a criminal case.
Judge, I just have another CPS adversary with Judge Baker, but it's not till 3:00. So as long as we're done by 3, I should be okay.
Yeah. And I'm not going to disagree with you because she just walked in. Go ahead. Anybody else have a conflict?
I do have a conflict with a case in Judge Hugel's court in Castro County. We have a final set. And I guess I will just email everyone at 10 till 5 and say, we're still going. It's a CPS final. It takes precedence, and see what Judge Hugel wants to do.
I'm so, what judge?
Hugel down in Plainview.
Okay, I've never met him. What kind of case is it? Okay, it's a little past 9 o'clock. Morning, everybody.
Good morning,
Judge. Judge, before we get started, I have an issue that I need to address with the court.
Okay.
Do we have everybody?
Let me call the case first.
Yes, Judge.
All right, I'll call. This is a continuation of a final hearing we began yesterday. Cause number 84052L2. This is a final hearing involving the Rodriguez children. Ms. Wildman's with us for the department. Ms. Naranjo is with us representing the children. Ms. Rudd is with us representing the intervenor, Gloria Rodriguez, who is with us. Ms. Mullinax is with us representing the father, Jonathan Rodriguez, who is with us. And Ms. Lucero is with us representing the mother, Ignacia Casillas, and she is with us. I have Mariah Buchanan in the waiting room and Pedro Rodriguez. All right, your issue, Ms. Wildman?
Judge, it was brought to my attention. They tried to let me know yesterday around 4:40, but I didn't see the email. It was brought to my attention that Miss Casillas was texting Miss Hooper during her testimony. I would ask, especially with the possibility of Miss Hooper being recalled for rebuttal or being called by another party, just that parties be instructed not to be communicating with witnesses during their testimony.
Ms. Hooper, what was the nature of Ms. Casillas texting with you yesterday?
She stated, "Stop lying," are the two words that she stated.
Okay. Ms. Casillas, unmute and turn on your camera, please.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, I'm going to admonish you right now. If you text anybody who's testifying in this case, then you will be found in contempt of court, and I will send you directly to the Randall County Jail. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right. And if it's anything like that, I hear anything else about that, I will also order that you not be allowed to testify in your own case.
Okay.
All right. All right, then. All right. When we left off yesterday, I believe I let Ms. Rudd know that she had Mariah Buchanan, who had been waiting in the waiting room to testify under oath. I stated yesterday that I would allow Ms. Rudd to go out of order first and call her Ms. Buchanan to testify. Ms. Rudd, are you ready to proceed with Ms. Buchanan?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, let me bring her in. All right, Ms. Buchanan, if you would unmute, please. All right, thank you, ma'am. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Rudd, you may proceed.
Mariah, how are you employed?
I work for St. Francis Ministries as a kinship specialist.
And through your employment, did you have an opportunity to be involved with the case involving the Rodriguez children?
Yes.
And what was your connection with that case?
So I'm the kinship worker for the caregivers, and I also, at the beginning of the case, supervised visits for the parents.
And during your time when you were supervising the visits, did you observe some things and or hear some things that caused you concern for these children if they were to be returned to mother, or as to how this case was proceeding?
Object to leading, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer, Ms. Buchanan.
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. Did the mother say some things to you that caused concern?
She didn't say things that caused much concern.
Okay, what did you see that caused you to have concerns?
Some concern I had was that Ignacia would always take out of the car and expressed excitement towards, didn't show the same excitement or toward.
Did she otherwise care? Did she meet his needs during those visits?
Yes.
Was she affectionate toward?
Somewhat.
Was she significantly more affectionate?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your job, you were also involved in how this case was progressing, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel like the parents were doing what they needed to do for the case to progress?
I don't know if I can answer because I don't know because of firsthand knowledge.
Okay. Did you observe things that you believed caused concern for the truthfulness as to what was going on with the case?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
I would say like mom was having, you know, she would say, "Oh, I'm working on this job. Oh, I'm you know, have this court thing with the hospital." And there were just a lot of different stories that she would tell me. It kind of seemed like she was trying to get me on her good side. I don't know if like she
speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Did you feel like she was being honest with you in the things that she was telling you?
Not all the time.
Did you express concerns through your supervisors when the department and St. Francis was wanting to progress to unsupervised visitation?
Not at that time.
Did you, at a later point in time, express concerns?
Yes.
And what were those concerns that you expressed to your supervisors?
I expressed concerns that I didn't feel like things were being followed up on that were concerns or that were being reported as concerns regarding the parents.
And what were the things that were being reported that were not followed up
on? That mom and dad were together. That
I don't object to hearsay unless she has firsthand knowledge. I don't even know the time period that she's asking about.
Your Honor, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're offering it for the fact that a report was made and that report was not followed up on.
Well, let's talk about it specifically rather than you kind of leading her down the path.
Okay.
Ask her a specific question.
What kind of things were being reported to the department or to the caseworkers that were not followed up on?
That the parents were together and that mom was drinking.
And was eventually, did Lisa go out to the home and catch the parents together or catch dad watching the children at mom's house?
Object to speculation in case, unless she knows personally.
Did you, Ms. Buchanan, did you see that personally or was it told to you by someone else?
It was told to me by Miss Hooper.
By who?
Miss Hooper.
Okay, I'll overrule that. She's one of the department's or St. Francis employees, so you can answer that.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Wildman, any questions?
I don't have any questions for her, Judge.
All right. Ms. Lucero, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Buchanan, what was the time period that you supervised the visits between the parents and the kids?
Ms. Hooper, you don't need to keep your hand up. You're not testifying right now. Go ahead.
Okay. It was from December 2023 to April 2024. And that was, I only supervised dad's visits twice. I believe at that point, Gloria, Ms. Rodriguez, started supervising for him.
Okay, so so just to be clear, you supervised Mr. Rodriguez's visits twice, and then Ignacia's visits from December 23 to April of 24, right?
Yes, there were some workers that supervised on occasion in my stead as well, but majority of the time it was me.
Okay, and so so then you yourself haven't had any interactions or seen Ignacia with her kids or Miss Rodriguez with his kids in over a year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then now you're the kinship worker, and does that mean that you have more eyes on Miss Gloria Rodriguez? I have an idea what the kinship worker does, but I'm not clear. Could you tell me what it is you're doing with Miss Rodriguez at this time?
Yeah, so kinship workers, they work with the relative or fictive kin caregivers, providing them with support, resources, making sure they have things that they need, and also keeping eyes on the kids as well. We help, if they're wanting to get licensed and help them in that role as well.
Okay. And during the pendant, and how long have you been been the kinship worker for Miss Rodriguez, Gloria Rodriguez?
Since December 2023, not including the time that the boys were back with mom.
So just to be clear, so you were Miss Rodriguez's kinship worker. So you're working with her, to see what it is she needs, but you're also supervising the mom's and dad's visits, well, mostly the mom's visits.
Yes.
Did you, and I know you're not an attorney or anything like that, but does that cause any concern for like a conflict, especially now that we're coming back to a final hearing and the department's wanting the kids to stay with Miss Rodriguez?
I mean, I can't really answer that. It was just the role I was given.
And I understand that. And you talked about concerns that were made, whether I guess maybe you heard through the case about mothers drinking or the parents being together. Did those concerns, were those coming from, since you were so involved with Miss Gloria Rodriguez, were any of those concerns coming from her?
Yes.
Okay. And okay. Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Judge, if I may, Jessica Bernard is the St. Francis caseworker covering for Miss Devereaux. I think she just got into the waiting room.
Okay. All right, Ms. Mullinax, questions?
I have no questions.
All right, Ms. Naranjo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Buchanan, you said you supervised dad's visits twice. How did those visits go?
They went fairly well. He was late both of the times, but I believe he had transportation issues. He had to walk, but he interacted appropriately with the boys. I didn't have any concerns with any special treatment towards one or the other.
And you said that you were the kinship worker for Miss Gloria Rodriguez. Did you ever observe how she was with the children?
Yes.
And how was she with the children?
She's very protective and also has good boundaries with them. If they're trying to jump on the couch and do stuff like that, she would redirect them and everything like that. Very caring. If the kids are sick or, need extra cuddles, would make sure and give those to them. She appeared to be very appropriate and take action whenever, they're sick and all of that. So.
And did you see her housing arrangements for the children?
Yes.
And what are her arrangements?
She has a 2-bedroom home. The boys are sharing a bedroom. They both have a toddler bed in there. And everything seemed appropriate. They had, working utilities and food and all of that stuff.
Did you see any concerns regarding how Miss Rodriguez was with the children?
No.
Did you see any concerns of favoritism towards one child or the other?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, anyone have further questions for Ms. Buchanan?
Your Honor, I have one more, please, or maybe just two. Ms. Buchanan, do you work out of the office here in Amarillo or in Pampa?
Amarillo.
Okay. And did you, prior to this case being started, it's my understanding that Ms. Rodriguez has some type of employment with the department or St. Francis. Did you know her prior to this case starting?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else?
I just have a couple more.
Okay.
Mariah, have you seen the children with Gloria over this last year and a half?
Yes.
How old was Elijah when he was placed with Miss Rodriguez?
I believe he was 18 months.
And is he bonded with Miss Rodriguez?
Yes, very much so.
Is he also bonded with Miss Rodriguez?
Were you asking about he was a newborn? But yeah, both boys appear very bonded with her.
And so, newborn, he's never really lived with his mother. Is that correct?
Right, aside from the monitored return.
And were you aware that during that monitored return was not actually with Ignacia, but was with her sister?
That's what I was told, yes.
And would you agree that there is a risk? There's always a risk when we're dealing with CPS kids and kids that are removed from placement. But would you agree that a child who is basically been in one home for his entire life and it's safe and appropriate, that we run a risk of reactive attachment disorder if that placement and that bond is severed?
Your Honor, I'd object to speculation. I don't know that this witness is skilled and able to testify about reactive attachment disorder.
Sustained.
I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else have further questions for Ms. Buchanan?
One more, Your Honor. Ms. Buchanan, who told you was staying with Elia?
It was both Gloria and Lisa Hooper.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else? All right. Can Ms. Buchanan be excused?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Buchanan, for your testimony. I'll remove you so you can go about your business. I'm sorry we had to bring you back for an extra day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's get back in order then. Let's just go back to Ms. Lucero. Ms. Lucero, you have any witnesses?
Your Honor, I call Ignacia Casillas.
Okay. Ms. Casillas, if you'd unmute and turn on your camera, please. Ma'am, if you'd raise your right hand, you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Lucero?
Okay. Could you state your full name for the record?
Ignacia Casillas.
Okay. And Ignacia, you're the mother of boys that we're here about today, right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
All right. And you and your family have been involved with I still say CPS, but just with the department since November, early November of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you've heard prior testimony from various folks that you failed to comply with when CPS first got involved in your life. They tried to work with you and have you do safety plans, and you heard testimony that you broke those safety plans.
That's correct.
Okay. And is that true?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And why did you not comply with, with the safety plan? What was going on?
I was afraid. I wanted my children with me. I was afraid of losing my kids at the time.
All right. And due to your behaviors or not complying, the kids were ultimately removed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after the children were removed and temporary orders were placed, and do you feel that your attitude had changed at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In what way?
I've learned a lot of different things, and by going through what I've been going through, I mean, I've learned that I'm putting my kids in this situation, and at the end of the day, I mean, it's my children. I've learned, I've made mistakes, and I've grown up, and I've just done different things in different ways not to be the person I was from the beginning.
Now, also, whenever the case started, you heard Ms. Little's testimony yesterday. You made an allegation that Mr. Rodriguez tried to run over you with the car. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you did say that to Ms. Little?
I did.
Okay. Was that true?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why did you say it?
I made it up because I wanted my children with me, not with the father.
Okay.
I mean, it's not true.
Okay. And so did you ever reach out to the police or file a police report?
I never did because it wasn't true.
Okay. Now, and you understand that by making those allegations, you started just a boulder going down the hill. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. And so there's been testimony that, you didn't comply and that you were dishonest, that you've shown dishonesty during this case. do you feel that you were dishonest at the beginning of this case, including this allegation regarding Mr. Rodriguez?
I do.
Okay. And as you've gone through this case for this past year and a half, have you learned anything about how important it is to be honest and forthcoming with information?
I do. I do now.
Okay. Now, after you made that allegation regarding Mr. Rodriguez to Miss Little, did you ever follow up with that and saying that during this year and a half? Did you keep? Okay. Did anyone with CPS, the department, anybody like that ever come to you and say, hey, at the beginning of this case, you said Mr. Rodriguez tried to run over with the car. Was that true? Or was that ever addressed ever again?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, whenever you went into temporary orders, back whenever that was after the start of the case, do you remember signing various service plans for the department?
I do remember.
Okay. All right. And then on those service plans, you're supposed to do counseling. There's been testimony that you did counseling and you went on to do additional counseling. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during this case, were you just trying to get these services done, just check them off, just so that you could get your kids back, or were you trying to make changes in your life?
No, ma'am. I was making changes in my life. That's why I asked Lisa Hooper if I could have more counseling. I just didn't do just the services that she wanted me. I still did a lot of other things on my behalf for myself, not for the services or not for St. Francis.
Okay. And do you think that those services that you've learned things that'll help you better parent your kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What types of things have you learned?
I've learned a lot. One of my main things was I've learned that everything that has been going on was affecting my kids at the end of the day. I've learned how to co-parent. I've learned how to communicate with people. I've learned how to pay attention to both boys, not just one, but both. At the beginning, there was a small little, like everybody says, or making it a big issue that I wasn't bonded to. The problem was whenever I first got him out of the hospital, but that bonding now is different.
So do you love both your boys?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you want both of them to come home to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, and we've talked about, there's been quite a bit of testimony that you've completed all your services. And the reports say that, you tested negative on all drug screens, hair follicle negative, UAs have been negative for drugs and alcohol. Now, are you currently employed? You're working, right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a third key shift holder at Dollar General right now. So which means I'm responsible at work for anything that is under management.
Okay. And what out? Do you have a set schedule?
I usually work Monday through Friday from 8 to 5, and I'm always on call for the weekend just to do deposits.
Okay. Now, and do you have your own place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you recently move?
Yes, ma'am. I moved the same. All I did was move to another smaller place because I had a 3-bedroom. So I moved to a 2-bedroom, but it's with the same. I'm on the same property still.
Okay. So you moved from a 3-bedroom to a 2-bedroom. So is your rent cheaper now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right then. And if the boys, if the judge decides that the boys, would go back with you, do you have daycare plans, like how, who would watch them for you while you're at work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what kind of arrangements would you have?
I believe I would still keep them in the same daycare that they're in. I would apply for CCMS, which is help for daycare, since I'm a single mother right now. I don't know how far St. Francis helps you out in daycare like that, but I also have my in-laws helping me out as well.
And so you understand that if the judge were to send the kids back with you today, or that St. Francis would be out, so you wouldn't have any kind of help from them. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And as far as transportation, you currently don't have your driver's license. Is that correct?
I do not.
Okay. And so how do you transport yourself and the kids?
There's it's called the Panhandle Community Services. There's a bus here that you ride where they charge a minimum of $2 back and forth. And most of the time I ride that. And I've been doing it with the kids to do my, at the beginning I was riding transportation to pick up my children and drop them off. It's a real simple thing that Panhandle Community Services helps out here in Pampa for transportation.
But do you have to, like, if you have an appointment or if you have to go to work, whatever, do you need to like contact them ahead of time and set up an appointment? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right then. Now, during the pendency of this case, whenever you've had visits with the kids, have you ever had issues with missed visits on your behalf that you didn't show up?
I've always shown up. The missed visits were actually Gloria. There was a few times, I believe if I've counted it right, there's been 17 hours that I've missed with the, there were times that I would pick up, so I would stay at home, and I started talking to Lisa Hooper, and she said, at the beginning, she was very helpful. She was like, she would get with Gloria and they would schedule, my missed visits. But towards the end, she told me that I needed to contact Gloria to get with these missed visits. So I have, and every time I do contact her, it's just a no response.
Okay. So those 17 hours that you've counted, those hours have never been made up. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And so now, as far as pickup and drop off, you stated that you picked up the kids up at daycare. Is that the only place you've ever picked them up at?
No, ma'am. I picked them up at Gloria's house, but then it became an issue of me picking up the children there. Her husband, Frank, he was just very disrespectful. He would act out of proportion in front of the kids, where I got with Lisa Hooper and I contacted her and I told her that I didn't want to pick up the kids there because I felt like I was in danger, first of all, because he carries a gun on his hip. Second of all, the kids were in the middle watching all of this. So Lisa got it confirmed and everything that we would have to meet up at Starbucks and only Gloria.
Okay. And so now the exchanges go smoother?
Yes.
Okay.
They have. It's only been Gloria that's been dropping off and picking up the kids between me and the kid's dad. And they've been a lot smoother without Frank being present.
Okay. Now, the kids were placed back with you, I think, in the fall last year of 2024, I believe maybe September, October of last year. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
All right. And then at that point, it was permitted by the court in St. Francis for Mr. Rodriguez to help you like with daycare while you worked. Is that correct?
That's
okay.
correct.
All right then. But then at one point, I guess it was sometime in November of 2024, that there were allegations made about you drinking and leaving Elijah, I guess, home by himself. Do you recall that? I mean, do you recall that's what was alleged that you did?
I do. I
Okay.
do. And that is not true.
Okay. So have you ever left specifically, you ever left them alone in the home?
At all. Not at all.
Okay. All right. And so then, so things changed. The kids went back with Gloria. And then again in, I guess, in April maybe of this year, March, April of this year, they started the reunification plan and you had increased visits with the boys. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then and there's been a lot of testimony, so I'll just jump to it. On May 28th, I guess Ms. Hooper made a surprise visit to your home, and according to the rules or the order, Mr. Rodriguez wasn't supposed to be at your home. Is that while you had the kids, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So, and you stated earlier that you're on call on the weekends. Had you been planning to work that weekend when you had the boys?
I did not plan on it.
Okay. Okay.
That
And then, hold on. And then, so, do you have, besides the bus transportation, who do you have on your list to help you get to and from where you need to go with the kids?
If it's on the weekend, because bus transportation doesn't run on the weekend, I have Brian and my godmother helping me out, which is Tina Garland and Brian Perry.
Okay. All right then. So that day, what happened? Did you, that you had to leave the home? What was going on?
That morning I had a phone call, and the deposit was not, we normally don't take out money at night from work. We do it in the daytime. So that day, Dawn ended up which is another manager, ended up taking off out of town without taking the deposit. I was on call, and she asked me, she's like, "Hey, Ignacia, I need you to come in. I need you to go and do that deposit, go and drop it off." So it needed to be dropped off at a certain time. It needed to be dropped off by 11 o'clock, if I'm correct. I contacted Tina Garland. Tina Garland's sister had just passed away, so I didn't have a ride with her. I also contacted Brian, but Brian was on call that morning. He works for Domino's on the weekend. Then I contacted their dad. Everything was very questionable, like, why can't I take the kids, or why can't I do this? I only had one car seat, I'll be honest with you. I had one car seat because that night Maribel she was helping me out with the boys, and I took off the car seats, and Maribel told me to not take them down, just to leave them in, that she would be back, for my route, just to see if I needed anything. Well, apparently I only had one car seat that morning, so I didn't shift two boys. I figured, hey, if Brian could go and drop me off and do this deposit really quick, I would come home, make it in time, and be back with my children.
Okay. And so, part of your service plan is that you're supposed to stay employed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so if, at that point, when they called you, did you feel that you had to go to work?
Yeah, it was either that or I was going to lose my job. That's a lot of money in the safe that I'm responsible for. I mean, this situation with St. Francis was, you have to have a job. You have to keep a job if you wanted your kids back.
And then at the time that this happened,
I'm sorry, she said something that I didn't get.
Oh, okay. I don't know, Ignacia, I guess I'm not even sure where we cut off. So, I mean, just to be clear, if they call you to go to work, you need to go to work. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when Ms. Hooper gave you a call, did you, once you answered, did you come back home?
Once Ms. Hooper called me, I think it was anywhere from 6 to 11 minutes that I made it right back home. It was 6 to 11. I had just left.
Okay. All right.
I think the longest was probably 11 minutes. That if I could remember, it was 11 minutes correct time.
Okay. Now, once you got there, did she advise you that y'all had violated the order?
Yes, ma'am. And she removed the kids.
Okay. Were you surprised that they went ahead and removed the kids that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did she take the kids and take them over to Miss Rodriguez, or what happened there?
She had Miss Rodriguez come up. She had Miss Gloria come to the to the house and pick up the boys.
Okay. And then at that time, eventually we came back to a hearing pretty quick after that, and you went back to supervised visits. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who's been supervising your visits?
I've had Tina Garland, I've had Brian Perry, and I've had my father-in-law, Pete Rodriguez, every now and then. If Tina and Brian can't monitor my visits, my father-in-law, Pete Rodriguez, comes over and monitors them for me.
Now, are you here today just ask the court that the court consider and to place the boys back with you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you think that that's in the kid's best interest, in your kid's best interest?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, and I should have touched on this, I nearly forgot. There was a service that you'd mentioned that was mentioned that that y'all had worked on, which was couples counseling.
Yes.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Rodriguez attend couples counseling?
We did, with Imelda Broach.
Okay. And did y'all do that virtually, or did y'all do that in person?
We did it virtually here in my home.
Okay. And then whenever y'all were doing this, was it like a group setting, or just you and Mr. Rodriguez and the counselor?
It was the counselor, and it was me and Mr. Rodriguez here in my home.
Okay. How many sessions did you and Mr. Rodriguez attend together?
10.
Together?
10. Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there any that he didn't attend that only you attended?
Maybe two or three he didn't attend, but it was because it had to do with his job.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. There was 10 total, and then he missed 3 of those, or y'all did 10 total, and y'all did 10 together, and you did 13. I want to get a correct number.
There was supposed to be 10 sessions done, but he had missed 3.
Okay.
But it was all, yes.
Okay. All right. And then did y'all complete it, or did y'all stop going, or what was the reason? What happened with that?
To be honest, Lisa didn't make a next payment for that. So she actually separated it went from not couples counseling to a separate counseling.
So whenever y'all were attending couples counseling, the department was paying for it, or were y'all paying for it?
The department was.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Wildman, questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Cassius, how many times throughout your relationship with Jonathan has he been physically violent with you?
And it was never physical. It was more argumentable. You know, we argued a lot.
Okay, so you understand that he's on felony probation for continuous family violence against you, correct?
Yes.
And in the indictment, it states on or about the 16th day of May 2021, the defendant, who is Jonathan, did then and there intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to Ignacia Cassius. Would you agree with me that bodily injury would require some kind of injury for that charge to have been filed?
I agree with you.
Okay. And so on, it looks like another date, there was the allegation that he had also pushed you, which led to the 2 incidents in the 12-month period. Do you agree that pushing is a physical action?
Yeah, I agree.
All right. And so on, let's see. So on January 2nd of 2022, do you recall the police coming out to your home?
I can't remember.
Well, did the police at any point come to your home on West Somerville where you resided with Jonathan?
I can't remember.
Okay, so you don't recall making a police report that Jonathan had come over to the home and assaulted you while you were pregnant?
I can't remember, like I said.
Okay, and so you don't recall having marks on your arms that were photographed? Is that what you're saying today?
Yeah.
Okay, and you don't remember meeting with a detective and outlining at least 3 incidents where Jonathan physically assaulted you? Is that your testimony today?
And Your Honor,
I cannot remember.
Your Honor, I would object. This is obviously something that she's reading from a document, and none of us have received that document. So I would request that if she's going to read from a police report, that we be able to review that police report as well.
Okay. Are you reading from a police report?
I am, and if you give me a moment, I can redact it and send a copy.
Okay. Let's just send it to all the parties and send it to me instead of to Brittany.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor,
We'll take a break. Let us know when we're ready to proceed.
Judge, I've emailed that. I believe I got all the parties, but there are a lot of them. So if anybody didn't get one, doesn't get that email, I can send it to them.
Okay. We'll check.
Hey, Sam, I haven't gotten it yet, but I'm continuing to check. Okay.
And my email has been slow, so
okay.
I'll hit the send and resend button and see if that helps.
All right, thanks.
I've received it.
Okay, good.
I've also received it.
I have it too.
I still have it. Could you, if you just resend it again to me, Sam, I'd appreciate it.
Once you send that to Miss Lucero, Miss Wildman, you can go ahead with your questioning. That'll give everyone a chance to look over it while you finish your questioning.
Thank you, Judge.
Sam, I got it. I'm just printing it, so I'll have it in front of me. So I'll be ready in just a bit.
Okay.
You can go ahead, Miss Wildman.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. And so, Ms. Cassius has her camera off, Judge. I'm not sure if she's back yet. Okay, perfect. Perfect. All right. So, Ms. Cassius, is it your testimony today that you do not remember making any police report of assault against Mr. Rodriguez?
I do remember. I'll be honest with you. There was a lot of pushing and shoving that I remember about.
Okay. So tell us about an incident of pushing and shoving that you remember.
It's been so long, I'll be honest with you, that I can't remember. I got over it.
Okay, and how often was that happening?
It probably happened 2-3 times.
Okay. Do you now recall the incident where he grabbed you and left marks on your arm?
I do not. Like I said, I can't remember. It's been so long.
Do you remember the incident where you stated he choked you, grabbed you by the hair, and dragged you on the floor?
I do not remember. It's been so long. I remember calling the police, I'll be honest with you, but I don't remember recalling what I told the police or what had happened.
Okay. So your testimony today is that in the last 4 years, you've just completely forgot about this. Is that fair to say?
I didn't care to remember about it.
Okay. Well, do you recall caring enough to follow up with the detective on your own accord months after the assault to make sure charges were being filed?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you cared then, correct?
Yeah, and then I didn't care after.
And why?
The DA here basically didn't want to do what is it called? A protective order. I needed more evidence. Apparently, I needed more evidence for Jeff, the DA here, for me to proceed to do a protective order against that. I got with Trailey's Crisis Center, and they even went up with me to try to file for the protective order, and nothing was done. They treated them like crap, and after that, I ended up just moving to Amarillo and leaving Pampa.
Okay. So you cared enough about the domestic violence at the time to attempt to get a protective order, correct?
I did.
Okay. And so after all of that,
I gave up.
You got back with Jonathan, correct?
I moved to Amarillo, and then I got back with Jonathan after a year.
Okay. So despite the domestic violence that you were so scared about that you were seeking a protective order, you still got back with Jonathan, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Before your testimony today, had you addressed this issue of you lying to the department about Jonathan trying to run you over with Jonathan at all?
I did address it, and it was a lie.
Okay, and how did you address it?
I made it up because we were supposed to go live with his dad.
And Ms. Cassius, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, have you ever told Jonathan that you intentionally lied?
He knows, I'm sure.
Okay, so it's fair to say then that that's not something that you addressed in your couples counseling, correct?
We were never asked that question in couples counseling.
Well, and did you ever bring it up?
Not the past. We only brought up when we did this couples counseling, we only brought up not the past. We only brought up what was from now and then.
Okay, so in this couples counseling, then it's fair to say you did not address any of the issues of domestic violence that have occurred and that the department still is concerned about, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you stated that you learned a lot during all of this, and that one of the things is in that things are different from the beginning, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But is it fair to say back at the beginning during the investigation, you violated a safety plan and prioritized your door dashing job over following the safety plan, correct?
That's correct.
And then in May, when Miss Hooper found you, you had prioritized work over following a court order, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You're now saying that you lied about the domestic violence case in during the investigation because you wanted the kids to be with you, correct?
That's correct. At the beginning.
All right. And do you recall back in October or so making jokes about putting something in Jonathan's water so that he wouldn't be able to have visitation with the children?
That's correct. I did say that.
Okay. And so how are things different from the beginning, and how have you learned things if you've been showing those same concerning behaviors since the investigation?
There hasn't been the same behaviors.
Okay, so you weren't trying to continue to manipulate things so that you would get custody over Jonathan?
I wasn't. No, I wasn't.
So you just think it's appropriate to joke about putting things in someone's water so they'll lose their visitation?
No, I don't.
Okay, so if you're saying now that you lied during the investigation, why should the court believe what you're saying today about having made changes?
Because I am a different person.
Let me ask you further about the incident, domestic violence incident during the investigation that you talked about. So you heard the testimony of Ms. Little where Jonathan stated that you had punched Jonathan. Is that correct?
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear her state it that she said that.
Well, if she did state that you had punched Jonathan, or that Jonathan had relayed to her that you had punched Jonathan, would that be true or untrue?
That's untrue because I didn't hear her state that.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Ms. Molnax.
Ignacia, how would you describe Jonathan's relationship with the kids?
He's a very loving father. He cares about his children. They're number one to him, I'll be honest with you. He's just different from the person that I met him. He cares about these kids. Anything they want, he's there for them.
And a minute ago, you testified that you lied about him trying to hit you with the car, run over you with the car. Were you guys together at all during that period in time?
We had just separated because we were having a hard time because they had removed me from the hospital.
And so this, hold on. So this is after you say a removal. It was a safety plan, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so were you guys in an argument that day, or what happened?
We were in an argument because I didn't want to go back to his dad's home because we had an apartment in Amarillo, I'll be honest with you. And I didn't want to go back to his dad's because it was only a 2-bedroom and there wasn't beds, there wasn't anything for my children there at his dad's. So I was pretty upset and it escalated to an argument.
And so did he assault you in any way on that day during the argument?
No, ma'am.
And just so you know, make sure that we finish asking our question before you talk, okay? Because the court reporter has a hard time taking both of us down. And so since the day that you got in the argument and you let CPS know that he had tried to run you over, has there been anything that you would consider a domestic violence incident between you and Jonathan since that date?
No, ma'am, not at all.
And you talked about being scared enough to ask for a protective order, but you said there was pushing and shoving. What was the protective order for?
Pretty much just, I'll be honest with you, just for me to, I guess, to scare him. You know what I mean? It was just pretty much for me to show him that I was in control.
And when you talked about, sorry, go ahead.
Everything was basically a bunch of lies.
And so when you talk about pushing and shoving, were you also doing the same thing, or was it just him?
I was also doing the same things. It was basically me provoking it.
And back when in November or before November, when the kids were removed and he was babysitting, were there any problems with the two of you while he was able to come babysit at your home?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Is that the time period when you were doing the couples counseling?
Yes, ma'am.
And whenever he came over to keep the kids, you said you were gone for like 11 minutes, right?
Well, that wasn't around that time. We had already did couples counseling before that.
Well, hold on. I'm not asking about the couples counseling anymore. I'm just talking about in May, whenever he came to keep the kids, you said you were gone for like 11 minutes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long had he been there?
Well, basically when Lisa got a hold of me, it was an 11-minute period of time, okay? He had already been here in the home for almost 35 minutes, 30 minutes, I believe.
And how long was he there before you left, I guess would be my question.
Probably before I left, like I said, maybe 30 minutes, 35 minutes before I had left. He was here. He showed up to babysit. And then during that period of time, Lisa came and knocked. And that's when everything happened. I had already picked up the deposit and dropped it off at the bank. And then I showed up.
Well, no, I want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. When he showed up to your house and you had to go make the deposit, how long were you there when he showed up? Like,
not that long. We just shipped off the kids.
And so you're talking about the 30 minutes was the time that you left to the time you got back? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am, that he babysit it.
And you said that you want the kids to come back home with you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that Jonathan is any kind of danger to your children?
Not at all.
What kind of contact would you request the court to allow him to have with the children?
To be there for the kids, the same contact that, that I would be getting.
Would you ask for him to be a joint managing conservator with you and you have the right to designate the primary residence of the children?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And him to have like a visitation schedule, maybe a standard possession order or something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
You think that would be in the kids' best interest?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that the children being with either or both of you would be cause a significant impairment to the kids in any way?
No, ma'am.
Are you able to care for the children?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Rudd?
Viava, you're muted.
Thank you. How many, you say you went through the counseling and you really learned and you've really changed this time? Is that your testimony earlier?
That's correct.
How many CPS cases have you had? For all of your kids?
One.
So is it picked up, removed at birth, and then placed back with you?
I thought that's including one.
Okay.
Nehemiah was never removed from my home. I'm not understanding your question.
Y'all are talking over each other. Ma'am, Ms. Cassius, you're going to have to wait until the question is asked before you answer.
Okay.
Isn't it true I was born with drugs in his meconium?
No.
There was not a case.
There was never a CPS case with.
Okay. What about your other three kids?
My other three kids, which I have a 24, 20, 23, and 22-year-old, they were never involved in the system.
You just left them with somebody else to raise?
They lived with my mom in Mexico.
Okay. So you just left your kids with your mom in Mexico while you were up here?
No, I didn't. They were living with her for a period of time.
How long of a period of time?
I'm going to say a good 6 months.
So it is your testimony that your kids only lived away from you for 6 months of their lives?
Yes.
They didn't live with your sister?
Nope, never have.
Okay. So this is the first time you've ever been offered services by CPS in your life?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct, with the boys.
Okay. But it's also your testimony that you lied to CPS. You lied to CPS about Jonathan trying to run you over.
That's correct.
You lied to the police about the domestic violence incident.
Yeah.
But you're telling the truth now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Naranjo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Casillas, you testified that through when you work at Dollar General that you're on call on the weekends, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And
you said who would be the one to watch the children if you're on call on the weekend, you actually are called to go to work?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a third key shift holder, which means I'm responsible for anything in that.
Ms. Casillas, I'm sorry, but my question to you was who would watch the children if you're called in to work on the weekends?
I had Brian and I had Tina Garland.
And what if neither of those two are available?
I guess they weren't available. I mean,
No, I'm just asking, if they're not available, who would you have watch the kids?
there was nobody, but I mean, their dad.
Okay. You testified for the couples counseling that you did about 10 sessions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you do those 10 sessions?
I can't remember. I would have to get with Imelda Birch and actually find out. I would have to get with her to tell you the truth. I was supposed to actually do more actually counseling that I asked for. And I don't know what happened with Imelda and St. Francis. Something went on where Imelda didn't want nothing to do with St. Francis anymore. She didn't want to sign a contract.
For your couples counseling, can you let me finish? For your couples counseling, did it take place in 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you had pretty much your 10 sessions with Mr. Rodriguez during 2024.
There was supposed to be 10 sessions, but together that me and him did was 7.
Okay, so you did 7 sessions together. And you testified that you did those 7 sessions together at your residence?
Yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Rodriguez was at your residence for all 7 of those?
All right.
Yes.
Y'all are still doing it. Ms. Casillas, you're starting to answer the question before the question's even finished, and it's driving Ms. Galvin crazy. So you've got to slow down and let them ask their question.
Okay.
So you and Mr. Rodriguez was at your house for all 7 sessions?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And during those 7 sessions, you didn't think to bring up any of the allegations of the domestic violence or anything like that?
And I'll be honest with you. Basically, Imelda never asked us about our past. She was asking us more. She was more focused on now what was going on now instead of then.
Do you think it would have been relevant to bring it to her attention?
Yeah, maybe.
Now, are you intending on continuing a dating relationship with Mr. Rodriguez?
I continue on co-parenting with him.
Are you in a dating relationship with him right now?
We don't live with each other, but yeah, I guess you could say.
So you are together?
Yeah, we just don't live with each other.
Okay. And you said that you intend to co-parent with Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I think it's been brought up several times at this point, but you understand that Mr. Rodriguez was court-ordered not just only by this court, but also by the court out of Gray County that he needs to complete the BIT program, the Battering Intervention and Prevention Program, right?
No. I don't think that from what I know of what his probation officer has said has anything of contact with me at all.
No, Ms. Casillas, my question to you is, do you understand that he's been court-ordered, not only by this court, but also by the court out of Gray County, that he needs to complete the BIT program?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I do agree.
And do you understand that that BIT program is to address his conviction and the concerns regarding domestic violence?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you agree with me that he should complete that program?
I do agree. I do believe that he should take this program.
And do you believe that it's beneficial for him to complete this program?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And do you believe it's beneficial for him, for you and the children that he complete this program?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
All right. Let's start back. Anyone have further questions for Ms. Casillas? We'll start with you, Ms. Lucero.
Your Honor, the only follow-up question, that I have that I felt to include earlier, we talk about these boys quite a bit. That's what we've been talking about for the last day or so. And I sent out Respondent Mothers Exhibit 1. I don't know. I'd sent it to Brittany. I had asked her to forward it to you. And I was just going to see about getting those into evidence, Your Honor, as an exhibit.
I've received it. I haven't looked at it until it's submitted.
Right.
If you want to lay the predicate with her, then you can.
All right. Ignacia, you also received what I've marked as RM1, which represents respondent mothers 1 exhibit. Did you get that by email?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right then. And is it without saying what's in them? Can you just what is the exhibit? What does it consist of?
The photos of me and my kids from this past.
Okay. All right then. And did you take these photos, or were you present when these photos were taken?
Yes, ma'am. I took them.
All right. Do you have you changed them in any way?
No, ma'am.
So do they accurately depict what was going on when these photos were taken?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to accept respondents to admit respondent mothers 1.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection.
Respondent mothers 1 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me ask you this, Ignacia. Are these photos? There's 13 photos. Are those photos of that you sent over to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm not going to go through each one, but were these photos that you've taken during the pendency of this case or prior to this case?
It was during the case.
Okay. And were these photos taken, I guess, when the boys were with you, either when they were living with you, placed back with you, or during your visits?
It was during the whole time. There's several pictures. So some of them are when they were living with me.
Okay. And when they were placed back with you for those periods of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And do these photos have you and the boys or the boys together, throughout that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do they contain photos of both you with Elijah and you with Nehemiah?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just so we all know, respondents 1, and I know that it's probably on your phone, so I don't know if you can see it. This is the first photo on there. Who? I know it's you, but which child is that?
That one is yeah.
Okay. All right. And then what about picture 2?
Yeah, as well.
Okay. And then this one here. Okay. And then this one with the Christmas tree. All right. All right. So, and then there's one with you. I'm not sure which number it is in there, but there's one. I know it's hard to see. It's the boys in car seats.
Yes.
Okay. Is that, I guess, during a pickup or drop off or something, or when was that?
That's during a pickup from the daycare on the bus.
Okay. All right. And then there's one where the boys are laying in bed. Do you recall that photo?
Yes. With Mickey Mouse.
Yes. Okay. And there's one with them, I guess, getting out of the bathtub.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And why did you send these? Or why did you provide these photos to me? For what reason?
Because I want everybody to know that my kids deserve to be home with me.
And you agree that there's been issues throughout, that got you here today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And but is it your belief that the boys deserve to be with their parents?
I do believe that.
Okay. And you can provide a safe environment for them?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Wildman, any other questions?
No, Ron.
Ms. Mullinax?
No questions.
Ms. Rudd?
I do have a few questions. Ms. Casillas, I am looking at the investigative report, which has been filed in this case when this case first started. In that investigative report, under CPS history, it says there were 8 prior cases with the family, starting in 2007, when the department received concerns of you not meeting her children's medical needs and exposing them to alcohol abuse. And during the investigation, the children outcried Ms. Casillas drinks a lot of alcohol and leaves them alone for long periods of time, and the department validated neglectful supervision. Do you not remember that happening?
Nope.
And then March of 2013, the department received concerns of Ms. Ignacia Casillas' son being left with maternal grandmother and her paramour. Maternal grandmother's paramour has validated history of affidavit and supported petition of being Ms. Casillas' son. During the investigation, the department validated neglectful supervision to Ms. Casillas because she knowingly allowed her son to have contact with this perpetrator. Do you not remember that happening?
I remember that happening. The state actually couldn't, if I could, the state actually, the boys, this is the time that we were talking about, the boys were staying in Mexico for 6 months that I needed my mother's help. Something went on in Mexico that, whenever I got the boys back, I took them to the hospital. They were checked. They were actually, both boys were actually being, raped. The state of Texas could not go into Mexico for some kind of reason, so we never pressed charges and nothing ever else happened.
And so your children weren't offered counseling, you weren't offered counseling?
We all were offered counseling. We did it.
So you did do counseling through the department?
Not through the department.
Okay, who did you do counseling through?
Out of Lubbock, Texas. I can't remember their names.
Okay, but you didn't learn anything then?
What do you mean?
Well, you're just saying that you didn't know what you needed to do before this case started, but now that you've had counseling, now it's changed. So
yeah.
You didn't already have counseling. And then, hold on, August 4th, so that was May of 13 when you had that case. And then August of 2014, there was another report that you were leaving home alone for extended periods of time.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, it says that the department did not validate neglectful supervision because he knew what to do in case of an emergency and he didn't have any kind of special needs. So is it not true that the report was made? Is it not true that you were leaving him alone? Or is it not true that he was okay to be at home alone at 11 years old?
I don't even know about this, to tell you the truth.
Okay. And then in July of 17, the department received concerns of being physically abused by his mother, Ignacia Casillas. There was concerns of drug use. During the investigation, the child was drug tested and he tested positive for methamphetamines. The child's father was drug tested and he tested negative. Ms. Casillas refused to cooperate with the department. The department validated neglectful supervision and physical abuse to by Ms. Casillas, and Tara was removed and placed into foster care. During Ms. Casillas' conservator case, she did not complete her service plan, and the department reunified the child with his father. So earlier when you said you raised all of your children and they only lived away from you for 6 months, were you lying?
No.
So your child was never removed from you and placed with his father?
Because we made a decision, me and his father. So I signed him over with his dad.
Because he tested positive, that your child tested positive for methamphetamine.
I was doing the system. I was doing what I needed to do with CPS and everything. And then finally they kept carrying it and going along. It took more than a year, and me and his father just figured just to sign him over to him.
I'm sorry, I've got to. Ms. Casillas, do you understand what you just said? You've just said you were going along and doing what CPS told you to, yet earlier you said you've never had any contact with CPS until this case that we're here on today. Do you understand that you're just contradicting yourself?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Rudd.
Never mind.
I'll pass the witness.
All right. Ms. Naranjo, do you have any other questions?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Casillas, you testified that you did the individual counseling and then you started doing more sessions until basically the department couldn't renew the contract with your counselor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point to your first 6 sessions and your additional sessions, did you address with that counselor any concerns of domestic violence or anything like that with Mr. Rodriguez?
No, ma'am. And it was the same counselor during the whole time.
Okay.
She did.
I'm sorry, did you pass the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have other questions for Ms. Casillas?
No,
Your Honor.
No, Your
All right.
Your Honor, I have a follow-up.
All right.
And, sorry. Miss, and it's a clarification. And I'm not trying to, if I'm misquoting, somebody let me know. When Ignacio, when Miss Rudd was asking you questions, or I'm not sure if it was someone was asking you questions, whether CPS had ever been involved, and you said no, but you also stated not with the boys. Okay, so when that question was asked to you, did you understand it ever in your life, or just regarding these boys?
Just regarding my boys right now.
Okay, so was it a miscommunication, or were you lying to this court that you had never had any prior CPS history?
It was a miscommunication.
Okay, and actually on that case I was your attorney. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. All right then. So when the judge tells you to listen to the question, you listen to the question and then wait for someone to ask the question and then answer it. You understand that?
Okay, I understand that.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Anyone else? Further questions? All right then. Ms. Lucero, do you have any other witnesses?
No witnesses, no other witnesses, Your Honor.
Judge, Ms. Rudd had raised her hand about further questions.
I'm sorry, who did?
Ms. Rudd.
Yeah, Your Honor, the horse is dead. I'll stop beating it.
Okay. All right, then Ms. Molyneux's witnesses.
Your Honor, if Pedro Rodriguez is still in the waiting room, I'd call him.
Okay, he is. Let's get him in. Mr. Pedro Rodriguez, this is Judge Graham. If you'd unmute, please. Mr. Rodriguez, if you're on a phone, you can hit *6 to unmute. All right, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Sir, if you'd raise your right hand, you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize, but I don't know if Mr. Rodriguez was aware that he was not supposed to be watching this hearing on YouTube yesterday. I know it was instructed to him yesterday that he could have been watching YouTube. I just want to make sure that he knows that he should not have been.
Okay, I may be wrong, but he was in the waiting room most of yesterday. So let's go ahead then.
Would you please state your name?
Pedro S. Rodriguez Jr.
And you go by Pete?
Huh?
Do you go by Pete or Pedro?
Pedro.
Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize. I'd ask that he turn on his camera.
If he can, he barely got unmuted. Mr. Rodriguez, do you have video available?
Yes.
Okay, if you do, then turn it on so we can see you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, there he is. Go ahead.
Pedro, how are you related to the parties in this case?
Can you repeat the question?
How are you related to the parties in this case?
He's my son.
Are you talking about Jonathan Rodriguez as your son?
Yes.
Okay. And have you, during this case, supervised some visits between Jonathan and the children?
Yes.
Have you also supervised some visits at some point in time with Ignacia and the children?
Yes, me and my wife do.
Okay. And with regard to Jonathan's visitations, can you tell me how those go whenever you supervise them?
What do you mean by that?
Like, how does Jonathan interact with the children?
He treats the kids good and like a father.
And during the visits that you've supervised, have you ever had any concerns about how Jonathan treats the children?
No, I don't.
Are you currently supervising Ignacia, or did you just do that at the beginning of the case?
Yes, I have.
Well, listen to my question. Are you doing it now, or did you just do it back at the beginning of the case?
No, we do. We do it now. Me and my wife do. They come by, pick us up, and bring us up here to, to supervise her with the kids.
And so how does she act with the kids when you're supervising her visits?
She treats them, pretty good. Okay.
Do you have concerns about how Ignacia treats the children during the visitation?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Are there any concerns that you have with Jonathan having visitation or custody of his children?
No.
Any concerns that you have with Ignacia having visitation or custody of her children?
No, I don't.
Let me interrupt for a second. Gloria Rodriguez was in my waiting room again, so I automatically let her in, but she's with us twice now, so she's not. Miss Gloria Rodriguez, if you turn on your camera so I can see which one is you. Okay, then I don't know who this other one is, but I'm putting whoever that is back in the waiting room.
I have no idea, Judge.
Okay. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. You can go ahead. Miss Mullins.
I'd pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Weidman, do you have any questions from Pedro Rodriguez?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Lucero?
No question.
Ms. Rudd?
No questions for him.
All right, Ms. Naranjo?
Mr. Rodriguez, when was the last time you supervised a visit for Miss Casillas?
Last week.
And how did that visit go?
It went okay.
What do you mean by it went okay?
I mean, it went pretty good. I mean, he treats them pretty good and everything else. So, I mean, I didn't have any complaints or anything like that, about him, how he does with his kids and everything else. So he's a great father and a good, and he just wants to be with his kids. And that's it.
Mr. Rodriguez, my question to you was Miss Casillas, when was the last time you supervised a visit of hers?
Oh, her?
Yes.
Oh, a couple of weeks ago.
And how was that visit?
It went pretty good.
I'll pass the witness.
No problem on that.
Okay, all right. Anyone else have questions for Mr. Rodriguez? All right, then. Can he be excused?
No objection.
No
All right.
objection.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you for your testimony. I'll go ahead and remove you so you can go about your day's business.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Mullinex.
I'd rest, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Rudd, witnesses?
Your Honor, I intend to call my client, but the Gloria Rodriguez that is in the waiting room, my client forwarded her link. That's why it shows Gloria Rodriguez, because she had already registered under that link. I would call it is, I believe, it is Miss Casillas' daughter, and we'll have to ask her name. I apologize.
I'll get whoever. You lost me there, but I got whoever it is in, so I don't know.
Your Honor, it's Alaya Gomez.
Thank you.
Did she testify earlier?
Yes.
I thought that was her sister and not her daughter.
Alaya, daughter, sorry.
I'm sorry, her daughter is Macy.
I apologize.
All right, excuse me. This is Judge Graham. I've just let somebody into the hearing on the Rodriguez children. If you would unmute and tell me who you are, please.
Yes, this is Macy Casillas.
Spell your first name, ma'am.
Mayci.
And Casillas, correct?
Uh-huh.
All right. There's who we got. Who wanted to call her as a witness?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, I apologize. I'm sorry to interrupt. If I'm not mistaken, Macy Casillas was the one sitting beside Miss Elia Gomez yesterday when she testified.
She said that was her daughter, I believe.
Well, I think maybe she references her daughter, but when I spoke with my client, she said she believes it was her daughter that was sitting there.
And She wasn't on the screen and wasn't identified as such, Your Honor. I
Well,
don't.
did anybody invoke the rule yesterday?
Yes.
Your Honor.
All right, Macy Casillas, were you present to hear any of the testimony in this case yesterday, anywhere, sitting next to anybody?
No, sir. I don't even live in Pampa anymore. I have moved out of town.
All right,
Okay.
it's good enough for me. Miss Rudd, now you can proceed.
Macy, I just have one, maybe two questions for you.
Okay.
During your lifetime, were you raised by your mother?
Up until maybe I was like 11 or 12, and then after that, I was raised by my aunt, which is why she says I'm her daughter.
So from the time you were 11 or 12, you did not live with your mother. Is that correct?
That's when I do remember being with her briefly on and off. After I was 11 or 12, I never stayed with her.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else have questions for her? All right.
I do, Your Honor, briefly.
Hey, go ahead.
Macy, when was the last time you had contact with your mother, Miss Casillas?
I can't honestly tell you. I don't remember, but she'll text me or I'll text her every now and then just to check in, see how she's doing.
So at this point, you don't have much of a relationship with her. Is that correct?
No, not at all.
I'll pass witness.
Anyone else?
I just have one, Your Honor. Ms. Casillas, how old are you?
I'm 24.
24. Okay. And you say you don't live in the area, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else?
Yes. Macy, why do you not have a relationship with your mother?
Honestly, I just thought it would be better to stay away from her, give her her own space. I didn't feel very happy or anything, even giving her time.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Anyone else? All right.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Casillas, I'll go ahead and remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see, Ms. Rudd, any other witnesses?
Your Honor, I would call Gloria Rodriguez.
Okay.
Move.
No, you're good.
Ms. Rodriguez, if you'd raise your right hand, do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. I'll just warn you in advance. I'm not saying you do this, but apparently your husband's sitting next to you, so don't look to him to answer for you. Just you answer based on what you know, okay?
I can move, Your Honor.
Not a problem, Your Honor. I have my camera on one way and the screen on the other, so if it looks like I'm looking to the side, I'm looking at the screen.
I can see him. I don't mind. I'm not saying you were going to do it. I just thought I'd try to nip it in the bud in case. So it doesn't bother me that you're sitting there, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Gloria, how long have you had the children in this case?
Since November of 2023. Off and on, they went back in September, and then I got them back again.
And how did when he moved in with you?
About 2 weeks old.
Is basically your home the only home he's ever known?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he moved in?
About 14 months.
And would you agree with me that both boys love both their parents?
Yes, ma'am.
But if they fall down and get hurt when one of their other parents is there, do they come running to you or do they go running to their parents?
To me.
Are you their security?
I feel like I am.
Are they very bonded to you?
Yes, ma'am.
During this case, have you had concerns about Ms. Casillas' truthfulness to the department?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe those concerns?
I've had her audio recording when all this started, when the boys went home. And then right before they were taken away, back in November 9th, Jonathan had a visit with the boys. It was also one of my grandchild's baptism that we had. And during that time, Miss Casillas called Jonathan and asked him to come home because there was...
Object to hearsay.
Sustain.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Jonathan told me that he needed to go home because Ignacia needed him home. There was something going on and he needed to go home. I had to stop what we were doing with my other grandchild and told my family I would be right back. Jonathan said, we have to take, I said, why? He said, because Ignacia just went home. So Mom, we got to go now. So I looked at my family and I said, would you guys watch for just a minute while I go and see what's going on? When we got to the house, police officers were there. Elia was there. Jonathan wanted to get out of the car. I said, no, do not get him out. We don't know what's going on. Leave him in.
Your Honor, non-responsive. This is about her.
Yeah. But we're not going to have narratives. So, Ms. Rodriguez, you're just going to have to answer the specific question you're asked and not just keep going and going.
I was getting to that, Judge. When we finally
No, you're going on again. Wait for another question.
Yes, sir.
The point is, Gloria, you have to let me ask questions and then you answer the questions instead of you just telling the story.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you'll just take a breath every once in a while, I'll say, and then what happened? So when you arrived at the house, what did you see?
I saw police officers all over the place. Something had happened.
And did you communicate with Ignacia when you got there?
After the police left, I went inside the house. Yes, ma'am.
And what did Ignacia tell you had happened?
Her and Elia had gotten into an argument over a birthday party that Elia and her daughters had had for EJ.
And who is EJ?
The baby. Okay. He had just turned 1 and he celebrated his birthday with Elia because that's where he was living at.
I'm going to object to hearsay to that last part, Your Honor.
Overrule. Go ahead.
And what did Ignacia say?
She said that how dare Elia and her daughters have a birthday party and not include her. She showed me pictures of Elia and Emery, which Emery was the daughter that had, I'm sorry, we call him EJ.
And what else did Ignacia tell you? So did Ignacia acknowledge that EJ was staying with Emery?
She did acknowledge that EJ was over there. That's where we picked him up when we first got the boys for Jonathan's visit. I was still supervising the visit at the time. And Jonathan said, we need to pick up EJ at Elia's house. And then we'll go over to Ignacia's for.
So, did you record Ignacia making statements about her feelings?
I recorded her, yes, ma'am.
And what did Ignacia say?
Your Honor, I would object if there are recordings, then we need to have access to those recordings. That would be best evidence.
I'm going to overrule. Do you have those recordings currently, Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, sir. And I did send those to Miss Hooper as well. When she asked me about it, I wouldn't say anything at first because when I first said
you're going way beyond what I needed to know.
Yes, sir. Miss Hooper has the recordings.
Okay. All right. I'm going to sustain that.
Okay. Have you had more than one conversation with Ignacia about her feelings about Elijah versus Nehemiah?
Yes, ma'am.
And what has she expressed to you as to how she felt?
Let me preface that, Ms. Rodriguez. The only thing you can testify what Ignacia said about Elijah is what you have not recorded.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can anything that she's told you, you can say as long as you don't have a recording or you did not make a recording of it.
Yes, sir. I get that.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Then you can answer.
Yes, she told me sick. She couldn't stand to look at him. She didn't love him, her whole heart.
And did she make an offer to you regarding?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that offer?
She said that once her CPS case closed, she would be able to give me, and she would sign all paperwork, but she
I would
needed
have, Your Honor, I
CPS.
would object because this sounds like settlement negotiation.
Overruled.
She said that once CPS was out of her life, she would sign the paperwork that she needed, and we would have.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Wildman, questions?
Ms. Rodriguez, what, if any, concerns do you have about your son Jonathan's ability to care for these children?
My son loves his kids. He doesn't just have these two. He has 3 others that he doesn't mention, but he doesn't see them. Off and on, he will call or text off and on, but it's not a regular basis. Why he doesn't see them, I really don't know. But he's got 3 other older children.
Okay. You've answered the question, ma'am.
Has Mr. Rodriguez ever talked to you about having any interest in having the boys live with him?
No, ma'am. He's actually mentioned that the boys are good where they're at. They're better off with me than with mom, even himself.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, Ms. Lucero.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rodriguez, back when the boys were placed with you in November, I guess, of 2023 was when they were first placed with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you, because you've heard me asking other folks, you're involved with the department in some manner, right? You work for the department or St. Francis or somebody, right?
Yes, ma'am. I work for St. Francis as a family support worker.
Okay. And so whenever this case first started and the family service plans, all that was going on, through your job, you have access to that information, do you not?
No, ma'am, I do not. It would cost me my job if I was to go online and get any of that information.
Okay. And prior to the kids being placed with you, anyone that's testified that you've seen on screen has testified, did you know anybody prior to this case?
No, ma'am.
And then you had, whenever you were talking about when y'all went over to, I guess, Ignacia's or Elia's house that day to pick up, you stated there was some photos. Did Ignacia share with you that she was upset about some photos that she'd seen?
Yes, ma'am. Those were the photos of Elia and her daughters having EJ's birthday party.
Okay, but what was there anything that you recall depicted in those photos of the shirt that the Elia Gomez was wearing? Did you see those photos?
All I saw was the bluey characters on the shirt.
Okay. You didn't see the name Mom on Elia's shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now you heard Ignacia talk about or testify that there was several missed visits with that she would go to the daycare, and Ms. Hooper's reached out to you about these too, I believe, but that she'd go to the daycare and I was there. Where was missing so much daycare?
If you would like, I can look at my notes and tell you the days that he missed daycare because he was sick.
Okay.
He was sick on January 3rd through the 4th of 2024. I ended up in the hospital at Northwest with RSV and rhinovirus.
Hey,
Mom never
Hold up. My question is, okay, of all those missed visits, I understand that he was sick. I was just asking you, why was he not at daycare? He was sick. Okay. But you'd agree with me that she had the right to have those visits made up, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you heard her testimony that that at first Miss Hooper would reach out to you whenever she had missed visits, and then that would, I guess, get set up. But then there's quite a few visits that have not been made up. Isn't that correct?
No, ma'am, there's not very many, but there are some.
There are some. Okay. Now, once the kids were placed back with you, there was it was when I guess there was a missed visit for a weekend because you had a trip planned. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. It was
Okay.
Easter.
Okay. All right then. So it was supposed to be her visit, but you had plans, so she didn't get to see her kids that Easter weekend, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then recently, I guess you went out of town again, and you had transportation issues, and she missed her visit again, right?
Correct, but she made it up.
Okay. Now, you were present whenever there was, I guess, maybe some words exchanged with your husband that's sitting there next to you, and one of the transports for, which is Brian, you've heard his name mentioned, when he would bring Ignacia over to pick up the kids. Do you recall that?
No, ma'am, that never happened.
But eventually the visits were moved and y'all now exchange at Starbucks, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I don't know why.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
All right. Ms. Molinax,
I have no questions.
Ms. Naranjo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rodriguez, you stated that Aisha was hospitalized. When did that occur?
January 3rd through the 4th of 2024. He was, if I may go on and explain what happened.
Very briefly.
What did happen?
He was at the daycare. The daycare called me because he was aspirating, breathing. I had been back and forth to his regular doctor to have him checked out because he had gotten RSV. Ended up at the daycare with aspirated breathing. The daycare called me. I picked him up, called the doctor. Since he had RSV, she said, take him to Northwest if his breathing is that bad. I ended up taking him to BSA. They admitted him with RSV and rhinovirus.
And at any point, did the mother get in contact with you to ask how the child was doing?
Sir, don't
No,
shake
ma'am.
your head.
All right, sir.
No, ma'am, she didn't.
And when you were at the hospital, did you ever see Ms. Casillas try to come visit or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Now, do you facilitate visits with the children with any of their relatives?
Yes, ma'am.
Who
I
do you
feel like
facilitate it with?
Miss Gomez.
She has to ask that question again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Ms. Rodriguez, I'll tell you, be sure that she's through asking her question before you answer, because the court reporter can't take two of you at the same time. So.
Yes, sir.
Who did the children see for visits?
Miss Gomez and their sister Macy.
And how often were they having visits with them?
At first, when Miss Gomez reached out to me, I was kind of hesitant, only because she had been with Ignacia, helping her. Ignacia was living with her and stuff. I kind of felt like she was wanting the boy so that Ignacia could see him. So I was hesitant.
Responsive, Your Honor.
Ms. Rodriguez, my question to you is, when were those visits happening?
They probably started maybe a month after the boys came back to live with us, and they've been off and on.
And how long are these visits usually?
She will usually pick them up for an hour, maybe two. Depends on what she's got going on. She did take them fishing, so that took like 4 hours, but she brought them right back before their bedtime.
Did the department make you aware that Miss Elia Gomez had a third DWI?
No, ma'am. I did not have any knowledge of it at first.
When did you become aware of it?
Elia asked me if she could pick up the boys at daycare about 2 weeks or 3 ago. And I said, sure, not a problem. Let me call daycare. When I did call daycare to inform them that she was coming to pick them up, they asked if it was okay with Miss Hooper. And I said, why? She's been approved ever since. And then they said, well, Miss Hooper called and said she's not allowed. So then I called Miss Hooper to see what was going on. And that's when she told me. She said she had sent a text, included me in the text between her and Elia. And I really didn't pay attention to the text because her and Elia were kind of arguing back and forth. And I was at work at the time all of that was going on. So I couldn't sit and be on my phone reading the texts and working at the same time. I
So
never
you found
looked
out
at
a
him
couple
again.
weeks ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And would that change your opinion on allowing Miss Gomez to have access to the children?
She doesn't drive. She's been at my house plenty of times with one of her older daughters.
Ms. Rodriguez, my question to
Okay,
you
all right.
is, would that change your opinion on access to the children?
No,
And why is that?
because she has somebody else bringing her. If she was the one driving, then yes, it would. I would not let the boys go with her at all.
I'll pass it.
All right. Anybody else have further questions for Ms. Rodriguez?
Your Honor, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, you heard Ms. Hooper's testimony where she stated that during the pendency of this case, both you and Elia Gomez had made allegations or reported things to her about Ignacia. Do you recall her testifying to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it is true that you've reached out to Ms. Hooper on several occasions with concerns or allegations about Ignacia. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and isn't it true after one of the, I guess, times that the kids were, after they were returned to you from Ignacia, you made allegations of both sexual assault and physical assault of the children. Isn't that true?
No, ma'am.
Okay, did you not take the boys, or and I'll be honest right now, I can't remember which child, up to the hospital to be examined regarding a sexual assault?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and so did you know that there was an investigation going on regarding sexual assault and physical assault of the boys?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so no one from CPS ever came to you and told you that there was an ongoing investigation, even though you were placement?
I had a CPS investigator come to my house. Yes, ma'am. But he didn't tell me what he was doing. I knew he was coming in to check, but I didn't know for what.
Okay, so your testimony today is that that you never made any type of allegations regarding sexual or physical assault of either boy. Is that what you're saying?
I never made any outcries of sexual assault. No, ma'am.
What about physical assault?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right then. And then once the investigator came to see you, did you ever follow up to see what happened with that investigation?
No, ma'am. He sent me a message saying the case was closed. I didn't know what was going on. I had no idea.
Let me ask you, in that message, he just said, so there was an ongoing investigation, but you never knew what the allegations were? Is that what your testimony is?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever reach out to Lisa Hooper and said, hey, an investigator came to see me, what's going on?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't concerned that maybe they were investigating something that someone said you did?
The only thing I saw on there was neglectful supervision, and I reached out to my attorney. I didn't have no reason to reach out to Ms. Hooper since I had an attorney representing me. I asked her that I got a letter saying neglectful supervision was all I got.
Well, you said you got a text a bit ago. So did you get a letter at the beginning that there was an investigation going on, or did you get a letter at the end that the case was closed?
At the end, and that's what it said, neglectful supervision. In the beginning, I didn't get anything, just the CPS, CPI investigator knocking at my door at 9 o'clock in the morning.
All right. And so when you talked to that investigator, what did he ask?
He just asked us how the boys were doing. He wanted to see where the boys were sleeping. He wanted to see how the boys interacted with us. Other than that, he didn't ask any other questions. Definitely nothing on sexual abuse or assault.
Okay. So were you surprised that they showed up at your door?
I was surprised because I wasn't expecting it.
Okay. Now, since you stated that you found out a couple of weeks ago about Elia Gomez unable to pick up the kids, but she still continues to see the kids, but her daughter brings her. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you surprised that this DWI had been pending even before this case started?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. Did Elia never share that with you?
No, I don't think she had a reason to.
And when you said there was arguing going back and forth between Ms. Hooper and Eliad, did Ms. Hooper advise you what that was about, or could you tell from the text messages?
I couldn't, no, ma'am. But like I said, I was also working. I was seeing clients, so I couldn't be on my phone.
But since that time, since it's been at least 2 weeks, you never looked back at your text messages to see what that conversation was about?
No, ma'am, it didn't cross my mind again.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Anyone else have further questions for Ms. Rodriguez?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Rodriguez, you never, no one has made an actual allegation that the children were sexually assaulted, to your understanding. Is that correct?
Correct.
But at one point in time, after Ignacia started getting overnight visitation, did the boys return home with bruises? Can you describe those bruises?
He had a bruise on the cheek, right around underneath the eye, is a pretty good sizable bruise, and that was on the left side. And then he had another bruise on the thigh, right side, and that worried me. That gave me concerns why he had two bruises. And the one on the leg, when I went to change his diaper and I grabbed his legs, he kind of squirmed and kind of cried a little bit, and that's what made me look at the leg, and I saw the bruise there.
And did you take the doctor?
I did, to have him checked out for the bruises. Yes, ma'am.
And is it your understanding that the doctor was so concerned that she made, or somebody as a mandatory reporter made that report?
Yes, ma'am.
And basically, what did the department do?
Department sent a CPS, CPI investigator to my house the next day.
Okay. And they just close the case because there's an ongoing case and they're protected with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you did not report this to CPS?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. You allowed the doctor to do it if she thought that it indicated abuse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will pass the witness.
Anyone else?
No, I have a follow-up. Ms. Rodriguez, when I asked you, if you had any idea why an investigator came to your door, you said that you were surprised, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but the day prior to that, you'd taken, I guess, Elijah to the doctor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you didn't put those two things together? Is that what you're telling us today?
No, ma'am, I did not. And when the letter said neglectful supervision.
You've answered the question. You've answered the question.
Okay, I'll pass the witness, Your
All right. Anyone else?
I have a couple questions now.
Okay.
Ms. Rodriguez, you talked to Lisa Hooper about taking the boys to Northwest Texas Hospital regarding this incident, correct?
Lisa called me when I was on my way.
So yes, you talked to her, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall telling her that you went to the doctor and told the doctor that one of the children's anuses looked wider than it did when he was born, so you were concerned?
No, ma'am. I did not.
You didn't tell Lisa Hooper that?
No, ma'am. I did not say that.
Do you recall telling Lisa Hooper that not complained about anything, you were just concerned?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall telling Lisa Hooper that the doctor suggested that you take the boys to Northwest for a SANE exam just to be safe?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that was due to your concerns and not necessarily the doctor's concerns. Would you agree?
No.
Pass the witness.
Anyone else? All right, then. All right, Ms. Rudd, do you have any other witnesses?
I do not.
All right, then, Ms. Naranjo, any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. I would call Jonathan Rodriguez.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, if you'd unmute. All right, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. If you'd raise your right hand. Do You swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You may
Mr.
proceed.
Rodriguez, can you please state your full name?
Jonathan Ray Rodriguez.
And are you the father of Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you plead guilty in Gray County to continuous violence against the family?
Yes, I did.
And are you currently on probation for about 3 years until sometime in 2026?
Yes.
As part of your agreement for probation, are you required to complete the Batterers Intervention and Prevention Program bid?
From what I know, yes. They haven't asked me if I started it, but when I check in, they haven't asked me any progress on it. All they asked me is about my community service and my fines. They have not asked me. Ever since I went to Family Service Center and told them that I didn't qualify, they have not.
Responsive.
Sustained. Sir, just answer only the question you're asked.
At this point, have you completed the bid program?
No.
Do you understand that not following the terms of your court order for your probation can have criminal consequences?
Yes, I do, and I'll talk to my probation officer next month about it.
And do you understand that one of those consequences could be that you could lose your probation?
Yes.
So do you understand how important it is for not just for yourself, but for your children that you complete that bid program?
Yes.
And yet at this point, you have still not completed that program. Why is that?
Because I've had financial issues on it. I've made efforts in doing it. I started orientation for Apple Recovery with it, and apparently something happened with Apple Recovery St. Francis. I even went up to do the intake for family services, and they denied me. So, and I've been trying to figure out other programs since I'm having to pay out of my pocket for it.
You understand that they denied you for the first time that you went with family support services because you refused to take accountability for any domestic violence, correct?
Yes.
And yet you pled guilty to domestic violence. Is that right?
That's right.
So why didn't you take accountability at that point?
Because I didn't do it and only pled guilty. That's part of the plea deal. You got to plead guilty.
So you pled guilty even though you believe that you didn't do it?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Wildman, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'll try to keep it brief. Mr. Rodriguez, how many times during your relationship was Ignacia Casillas physically violent with you?
I don't really like just the pushing. That's really it. I mean, there wasn't no other type of physical violence or anything.
So you don't consider pushing and shoving to be physical violence?
Well, that's the only, I guess you can say physical violence is what that was.
And so do you agree with her testimony that you were also pushing and shoving?
You know, we were both pushing and shoving, but that's about it.
Okay. So in your intake with Miss LaRonda Houston, why did you tell her that the only thing you had ever done was yelling?
Because I believe that's about all I did was yell.
Well, you just told us you pushed and shoved, right?
It wasn't a violent shove, but
Okay, so you were not honest with Miss Houston when you did that intake, as you have already stated to Miss Naranjo, correct?
I'd object to mischaracterization of his testimony.
Sustained. I didn't hear him say that.
Okay, so well, and let's be fair, you left out the pushing and shoving in that evaluation, correct?
yes.
Okay. And you said that you've tried to do this. I mean, when was the first time the department told you you needed to get the BIP class done?
I believe at the beginning of the case, I'm believing so.
Okay, so that would have been back in November of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the court ordered back in, I believe it was November 2024, that you not go over to Miss Cassia's house until you'd completed BIP, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so let's even say since then, since November.
And Your Honor, I would object. I don't believe that's what the order says. I believe it says until he started BIP.
You're correct with that. It says until he started BIP, not completed BIP.
I apologize. So, but with that correction, you understand that that was what the court ordered, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so that was about 8 months ago, correct?
Sounds right. Yes.
Okay. So as of today, since those 8 months have passed, how many BIP classes have you completed?
None.
Okay. After the hearing in June, after you were found at Ms. Cassius's home, how many BIP classes have you completed?
Ms. Wildman, we've heard it several times. He's not started BIP at all. Those are unnecessary questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
All right. I'm going to take about a 2-minute break. I've got to answer a phone call that I just received, so I'll be right back.